the fight historical, or a marathon to Waterloo and order categorical. Here we are. All should be working. Today, we are here at what was formerly a Catholic seminary. Unfortunately, it was sold to be a school of management now. But thankfully, they're having an open day today, so we can show you what has been of the hallowed cloisters of what used to be the seminary. Boy, is it pretty. Made in a Romanesque and neo-Gothic style. Right in the heart of Sydney. Thousands of Catholic priests were ordained here, and it was built with the hope of the Archbishop at the time, the hope of a growing faith in a young Australia, a young and youthful colony, a young and youthful, full of vitality. And that was the hope, to make sure that that vitality of a growing nation where there was nothing was fundamentally grounded in He who is, fundamentally governed by He who is. And just incredible, isn't it? And quite a standout in the modern Australia, especially in this area of Manly, which you can see how you get here if you look that way. But nevertheless, you can still feel or sense, if you dwell in the place, in the quiet, you can sense a pressure in the silence of what has been, of the prayer that was within the walls of St. Patrick's Seminary. I was thinking earlier about why the Catholic Church would sell such a thing. I suppose, well, because the money could probably do good in other areas. But really, it does seem like something, especially in a country like this, that should be regained, that should be purchased back. But I suppose that in this country, Catholicism is shrinking. I think Orthodoxy is growing. It's the only faith that is growing as a whole. But if you don't mind, my friends, I'll just quickly look to make sure the stream's going. But today we're going to be talking about finding the native wind of He who is, and walking around Manly, North Head, which is where they actually used to hold the immigrants before they were let into the country. And I can see here from the screen that it's working. How wonderful. And I'll just jump in. And so today we're going to be talking about that, as well as having our Rudolf Steiner reading again of the redemption of thinking. That'll be in about an hour. We're going to walk and talk for an hour, and then we're going to walk and talk again after that, and then come to do our segment, reviewing some videos and things that are happening recently. And we're going to show that on screen, of course. So it'll be like the show at home, but showing recent happenings and looking to the depth and essence of those happenings that are newsworthy. And oh wow, you can see back there the beaches in the distance that are newsworthy. And so here's also the chapel they built. And so, I mean, one wonders what they do with such a thing. You'd think the government should really buy it and use it for something, but really it's such a religious matter that the church really should have property or ownership over it. But that's what we're going to do, and we're going to walk from here in this brilliant, beautiful example, which now has a bunch of youths looking to go to the School of Management here. And so really you can see the growth of commercialism. And you can also see that in the size of the buildings, of course. When you look at Sydney itself, you can see, even as civilization rises, it was first the church that was the highest building. Then it becomes the civil government that's the highest building, the state. And after that, of course, we see the merchant class take over from the state class. And so you see it's inverted, the true hierarchy, which should be from our beloved Lord and his initiates, our beloved Lord and his priests, the priest class. And there he is there. At least they've kept one statue, you can see. Why don't we walk up to that, since I didn't come in that direction? And what we really need, if we are to recover the ground of truth, value, meaning, and being, is to have our leadership, or at least have our movement grounded in the true God of essence, and all of life arranged around that, not subordinated to desires of the world. Those things can be of necessity, but they must be subordinated to he who is, there's a statue of him right here in this beautiful seminary. And so that would have been built and put here, this marble statue. Oh, there is a small footpath to the front of it. It's not disrespectful to walk to the front of it. Beloved Lord. And so, off we go. What are we looking for to uncover? We're looking for something that is essential, that is not temporal, yet is somehow still inside with us. Which is almost what I was talking about of this place, in the historical being of it, which transcends antiques and history. It transcends the leftovers of the building, but nevertheless it's still here, especially when it's of prayer life, especially in a seminary. But what is that as well? It is the liturgical calendar and the liturgy and its operations and its rituals, which bring to presence not something remembered. It's a remembrance, but it's a remembering of, a reorganing of he who is. We might even be able to get a quick look at this St. Paul's Catholic College over here, if it's worth it. I don't know. That building's probably much nicer. We might just keep walking. Yeah. Okay. And so that remembrance is a bringing, or a collaborative bringing to presence, because it has to have the permission of he who is to be brought, of course. That's what it is. It's to have Christ and his being brought to presence. That's what it is. It's not just some memory. And so the places that you go, especially the places that have had this contact and build up in their historical being, or what has been, you can even think about that like Mary. A body that forms on revelation from providence outside of time, that ingresses and retains its luster and retains its being. And those are living beings brought to presence in the liturgy. Living beings brought to presence in what has been and can be, if you dwell with and if you do the depth practices, can be sensed with the faculties that come and the faculties that are actually from before the fall. And how wonderful, whilst we go to the essence of he who is, who can only be understood as an analogy of nothing of existence and the things of existence, but through only the self and the language of the self. That's why he says, I am that I am. We can only compare the I to he, the I am. And so it's through that we can reveal how wonderful that through that deep depth and through depth practices and your relationship with him, also the deep historical remembrance that is still with us as our being can be experienced through him. So it's not even just the world that's revealed in its glory through him, which you could call God's light. Going towards God's truth is the night path of St. John of the Cross. God's light through the path of St. Bonaventura is, it's not even just through the creation and seeing how he's speaking through the creation. And those two paths are done at the same time in this process in mysticism. But even with that, it is wonderful to, and worth doing, going to these places of age and contemplating what has been, and it can come through that love to presence. That's what I hope you understand what I'm getting at here, that it's not something past, but the modern doesn't have access to this anyway. They can read a story and read a plaque, but they don't have the faculties to really disclose the historical being of a place, or historical being of a people, the thing that is underneath that actually gives some form to how it presences to us, how being presences to us. But really, we're fundamentally cut off from that. But there is a memory, but it's not memory, it's of that of it. It survives. It's not memory as we understand it in modernity. You could think about it like the history of a collective unconscious that survives through outside of just an individual life. And you have contact with that. When Plato is talking about remembering, it's partly that, but also divine and the archetypal element. Now I'll just check where we're going here. Okay, seems to all be still working. Lovely. Oh wait, I was going to check the map. And so we understand that also through contemplating the 10 Commandments. And what does native wind mean? Native wind, what a wonderful term. Native wind is about, well, of course, the fundamental contact with He who is not of anything of existence. It's an intimate wind. When we say native wind, it's more I than I myself am a native wind. And that's why it requires this exodus for Him to disclose Himself. You have to withdraw from the false god's existence for it to be disclosed. And so this native wind, this, as the Lord says, that man has no place to lay his head. The animals have birds, the birds have nests. We fundamentally have no place to rest our head, because essentially we're not of here. And so the things that impel you and provoke you and subordinate you, the necessities of our incarnated life, they are pressing constantly to have you worship them. Money, Vilzermacht, Mars, and these gods have still stayed. Astartes, Mars, the bull, these gods of existence. Of course, there are the fallen hierarchies as well. But these gods of existence that try to draw your attention and provoke you so you make them your chief value, and you build all your ideas based on these things of the world. The mission of salvation, or the ingression from outside those things, is to have those things subordinate to what is from outside. That doesn't mean you have to eat, yes. You have to do the things of necessity, but we are to reorganize how we operate, how we are and what we do. It starts with how we are and what we do, and what do we devote our time to in the day? What do we look forward to? What's it really oriented around? Money, children? God has to come first above everything. And that's good. That's for the good of children, for the good of you and wife, whatever. Always is. He has the best thing in mind for all of that. But He has to come first above all necessity. And so we've got to look earnestly at our lives and say, how is this actually oriented? First with action, then occurs the transvaluation. And our actual being becomes then. And then He can approach, or He will approach, once you begin to actually do that. And then you can experience this native wind, this breath of the eternal, this breath of serenity, this breath of the real. Of course, it begins like the sword, and make no mistake, in this process where you are going is paradise. It's to have heaven manifest on earth. You still are here, you can still see things as they appear, but with and on top of that, the kingdom of heaven is within. We're after this state of, it's not I who lives, but Christ who lives and acts in me. breath of the eternal. Believe me, I know what that is. That has to come with the, I don't only know, well, I don't believe I know, and mystically. So it's beyond even just I know, because that's at a distance. Have felt. But it requires this. And this is a barracks of some sort on North Head. I thought I would just walk in here, have a look. And then we're going to go down to the quarantine station. There's not that much to see here, really. The buildings aren't particularly nice looking. And so he who is eternal, I am, is his name, but only for study, of course. And of course, like I said, we're talking about Eden. We're talking about paradise, both at the same time, ecstasy and ecstasy at the same time, the day path and the night path. But as the first commandment says, we have to acknowledge him. We need help to do that. That's hierarchy is inherent in Christianity. It comes from the spiritual hierarchy. It's the hierarchy of initiates, the hierarchy of priests, the hierarchy of saints, and above them, of course, the Ungaloi and their hierarchy, who they merely reflect, their hierarchy reflects. Now, to the people below the mountain, they needed Moses, as the Bible quote talks about. They needed Moses to interpret the cloud and the mountain. If we are to justify the Ten Commandments, we must do the same thing. Of course, naturally, the authority we rely on of the arguments of the past, of Aristotelian logic, but beneath that, in terms of what makes sense, because really we refer to authority, to the different principles to justify our position, what are we doing? We are always, when we don't involve ourselves in these practices, we're always eventually touching some sort of mortal authority. And that's the tradition, right? We say, oh, well, it's said here, it's revealed here by the mystics and the saints. Or even philosophically, you say, look, this is principle of reason, this is logic, whatnot. And justification is like building a structure from, every reason has a reason. Every being has a cause. That it's justified in terms of logic, but that causes it, right? And so when you're operating in logic, you are trying to disclose what justifies it. And fundamentally, that should be with the criterion of truth of idealism applied. And all the debaters you see online, Jay Dye, they're all operating under that when they're convincing you, because it's giving the appearance of a system that is without contradiction. And that's how we determine in that criterion of truth what's true. And so when we listen to that argument, because we have the Logos with us, we have that allows us to have a sense of things becoming intelligible, it sort of goes all the way down to, and naturally, of course, though, that's an indirect authority. It's not a direct authority. It only has a certain amount of certainty that's about rationality, that reason can give you to feel justified, to feel consistent. And that's what Aristotelian logic they are presenting their theology. It's consistent. So we naturally rely on the authority of the church, of the tradition, of even philosophy, it always goes back to an external authority. But where was it for Aristotle? Where is it for the true theologians? Well, it comes from, Aristotle is different, of course, to the theologians because he's not a mystic at all. But he is still having a lower level intuition of being. And so what happens is he observes being. When he creates in the metaphysics his primordial concepts, he observes being. And through that, through being, its multifariousness, and what does that mean, multifariousness? Well, the word being itself has a multifariousness and is actually, can be used even today as a portal to try get to being itself and to have concepts disclosed for us primordially like they did for the Greeks. You know how I always talk about that? I talk about, well, we want to have a closer experience of being without the idea superstructure in the way, without that over-leering interpretation in the way. That can happen. That's possible to bring about. And Heidegger achieves that well, because when you actually try to have...
A big group of walkers somewhere up that way, did you?
Oh, no, I didn't, no.
20? No.
No, 20 of them. Oh.
I got separated from them, but we're going back to Manly anyway. So
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this is the only road out, isn't it? Here?
I presume so, but I know they must be up in there because they're not on the road. I went along the road and there's no sign of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Did a toilet stop, went to the toilet, so I came back and there's nobody around.
Oh, they left? Yeah, yeah. Was it just a normal tour, or are they people you know?
Oh, yeah, we're all bushwalkers. We're a club from Melbourne.
Yeah, right. Well, welcome to Sydney.
Anyway.
Get back to Melbourne, get out of here.
So to get to Manly, do you go this way to Manly or that way?
This way to Manly, yeah. Because, you probably don't have a
That'll be all right.
sat-nav or whatever on you. Is that a sat-nav there?
Back looking for me, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
I reckon they must have taken a different track up through.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know what else to say. Or what, I don't. That's actually my first time walking in this area.
Thanks anyway.
That's okay. Maybe someone will know more down there. The barracks is up there somewhere. Anyway, it's that way to Manly. I like that with older generation people. Not sure if he seems a bit older than a boomer, but he's probably a boomer. But they're more willing to just talk to someone, although he's in distress and needs some help. But anyway, I gave him directions. But the word has a multifariousness, it's multifaceted. Because from being, what is being? Being bees? Okay, what is it to be? Is it to happen? All these different possibilities of definitions start to emerge from using the word. And so that can be used as a preparation also for trying to get to the customary, getting to a rawer experience, or at least to what the Greeks experience of being. But even in Aristotle's time, it was still already dead. He was the end of the beginning. So, what he's doing, and you can do this too, the word being helps us to actually get there. Actually getting to a raw experience of being. When you want to do that, you basically are uncovering and dissolving Greek metaphysics. And so you're not actually just doing some historical study of the Greeks. It is something that's primordial to a mode. That's what we're talking about. He's doing it in a fundamental scientific way. That can only give you a certain sense of certainty. So you're operating, you're observing being. He is observing it primordially before these words that he's using and he's defining in his metaphysics only have a customary meaning. The customary meaning is the form that this here being gives when you're looking at it. And so as he defines, he's not making shit up. First he starts with the primordial concept of being and starts defining the word being and the word logos and the word word. What does this do? Well, something more than people realize. We are the being with the word that not only has a judgment and direction, it's not just life like an animal, but the wording rewrites to a degree, through definition, the beings that are here, that are there. How it not just how it looks, how it is. That sounds strange, but it's true. But even far more primordially than Aristotle is, well, the directions given. Because he's operating in an experimental mode, which is actually of the fall. It's an experiment. And so, anyway, when Aristotle's doing that, what's happening is the multifariousness of being self-discloses to him. It justifies and sends itself. And as he defines it. And so that's what you're after that's what phenomenology is. You're trying to get to the thing itself, the what, and have it disclose and justify itself. And so you see how through that being, Aristotle's defining. And he's actually getting from a kind of dead customary being, which is just based on a generalized wording and logos from how Greek culture was operating then. It's not revelatory based, it's not revelation based, but nevertheless he is digging deeper to the causes, and the causes of being show themselves to him. But what is way more fundamental than that? Well, Plato has a bit of a taste of this in archetypes, which are in Eden. Yeah, in paradise, yes. He has a taste of this. And so, well, what does it say in the Bible? Naming things. But we were then in a state of revelation from He who is, which is the ultimate justification, the ultimate certainty, far higher than any certainty of logic, is mystic revelation. It feels and has an abundant certainty to it. And that's what the church is based on. That's what true theology is, to have it revealed and confirmed, using, of course, the church's discernment after that through a deep epistemic principle. Well, look at this, I'll show you as it emerges the city. Should be able to see that. This is the quarantine station, friends. That certainty, far higher. It's the maximum certainty of the truth sent, not the relative certainty of logic justifying from the observation of being kind of after the fact of the fall. It's an ingression from outside of He who is truth, and has a far greater certainty than any rationality can ever provide. It transcends it. It's not reliant on interpretation. Because Aristotle, well, he is dealing with a customary being that comes with an interpretation. It is a knowing that is still inside. But nevertheless, it does have a sort of an intuitive kind of capacity. Not the same intuition we talk about, but it does have an intuitive capacity in, wow, look at this, hey? And so we partly see are kind of co-creating or guiding before the fall, though, before we are materialized and incarnated. Wow. We might sit up here. This is why we'll do our Rudolf Steiner reading. We haven't gone for long enough yet, though. We might go. We'll just explore for a bit and we'll walk back to these tables after, shall we? Wow. And so that naming is, you can see how it's sort of analogous to what I was talking about with Aristotle, but it's far greater because you're in a state of revelation, of providence, direct intuition from God, and given a name and a mission to be a mediator and to also named to co-create. But of course, this is in the domain of, is that too high? In the domain of the archetype, the domain of temporality, outside temporality. And so what are we really getting at with that? We're getting at fundamental certainty. We're getting at where do we want to go? We want to actually get out of this Aristotelian mode. Even though it can be helpful as a preparation, we want to get out of it underneath the being of existence. Because what he was doing when he was defining was actually starting at what he took as his ground was this being here, this already formed existence to disclose itself. Yes, also with some intelligibility, involvement of that. Because everything is created by him, who is fundamentally intelligibility. But we're trying to get beneath all of that and have existence, this, be disclosed in the light of and in the truth of what is underneath it. Because the way it presences is caused, it has a telos, an end, a dead end in modernity that changes how it looks and presences, and its fundamental contact with Jesus allows the whole light in which this stuff is shown to change. Which is, of course, the re-establishment of fundamental truth inside for the person who goes through the process, but also meaning. There's a thing I don't like about in these days, people talking about the meaning crisis. It lends itself to being interpreted like as if there's some kind of it's like an additive, like meaning is additive. No, truth is missing in modernity. He who is truth is missing. Don't mistake him as something that makes you feel better. No, actually seeking that's an issue. I think that person might have waved at me. I think I turned my hat down right at the last moment. I didn't, look at the decks here, it's quite beautiful, isn't it? Yes, this will be perfect. Perfect place for us to dwell for a while. Q station, quarantine station. And so that we want fundamentally the whole light in which, that's a long process for that to happen from what we're born into. But of course, it's the most important thing you can do. And here's the harbour from quarantine station. We are essentially in. You probably have, oh wait, I might not have turned that map on. I'll just turn it on now. Here we are. In a different age, well, if you're out in the middle of that, you probably wouldn't survive, even though this is, if you're in the middle of the harbour, you find it hard swimming back to the coast if you didn't get smashed against the rocks. I was thinking that on the ferry here. That yes, someone would see you in this day and age and probably rescue you, but even you have to be a pretty strong swimmer to get back. And I was also thinking, on the way in the ferry, looking at what has been retained of the coast that isn't built on, and considering what the settlers faced here in this terra incognito, unknown land, unseen. And fundamentally, we're after the unknown, the outside, who is Christ. Of course, we know him, but negative theology is the idea that all concepts are insufficient. And this is true. You do both these paths anyway, but we want to dissolve everything. But we also participate in understanding and watching and seeing the theology. But you want to dissolve all those things to have the raw contact with God's truth, the day and the night path. God's truth is the night path, which is the path of St. John of the Cross. And God's light is the day path. You do both at the same time. And so, what were we saying? I can't remember. The historical being. Yes, looking out on this head, we want the raw contact with God, of course, but as we've been talking about, the historical being is quite important, and it's God's truth, and it allows all the things of the world to be revealed in their true light, restored with truth. How wonderful it is. But also to look to the essence of things, but on the way to the essence, to see what has been of hundreds of years back and felt. You can have it, not grasp it, but you can have it, and a deeper sense of a felt, but not as the felt as the modern understands it, but an endlessly complex developing faculty of felt. There's things have a mood, and it's not projected, it's not because you've read some story of it. We're talking about getting deeper down to the essence of things. And looking at the land mass and to the city, because they've kept some of the harbour side in that raw. Because look at these trees, they're very raw, aren't they? They're dry. Their colour isn't green like England. And you've got this craggy rock. And much of the country is like that. It's very inhospitable. There's beautiful beaches, but it looks kind of, imagine, and you can just have a sense of, even just looking at it, and I felt an intuition of it, what it was like for the settlers approaching that. Bringing England with them in fellowship, fellows on a ship together. This ship is England, as Master and Commander talks about. And I had an intuition of that attunement or a mood. Attunement's a better word, even though that's one of Heidegger's existentials. I'm just going to use it because it's better than mood. Mood is, people just think it's regular mood. It's not regular mood. It has an attunement of that time, of ancient prehistoric time, but also an attunement of how it felt for them approaching. God is always there, of course, but there is something different when a Christian people come and begin to build gardens. It's not a garden. He can also be part of a remembrance which is actually present and living as living tradition in a building like we just examined. And so you see, when you go back to Sydney, you see Government House, you've got the disgusting modern buildings. I don't hate all modern architecture. I think some of the mid-century stuff in America is quite beautiful. The stuff with the conversation pits and the brown, glass and brown sort of roof, but long glass face buildings, mid-century buildings are definitely beautiful. Are a good architectural style, but for the most part, that modern towering building certainly has a different... Anyway, the point is, you see in the neo-Gothic buildings a kind of a garden that actually reflects and actually can remember as a taste of a Christian people and a taste of the eternal in it. Taste is a good word, actually, taste. And so maybe we should go up to the deck and see what we can see up there. And maybe we can't get on the deck of that one. Let's go up here a bit. Just have a look and make sure it's all still working, friends. Appears to be all fine. Good. Okay. I'm going to get a more technology. I'm going to get a Apple Watch so I can just quickly glance it and make sure the thing's still working rather than stop the stream every time I have to look at things. And so, friends, where should we go from here? Let's have a look. Let's walk down to the beach. We'll do that. That'd be good. Do we take this road or the other? Let's take this road. No, we're going to take the other. Be quicker. And so, friends, what are we trying to do? Justification for the Ten Commandments truly, because remember we've been talking about Aristotle and how things are justified. We're talking about justification of absolute certainty, because that's only relative certainty anyway when it's logic. Absolute certainty comes from this mystic experience. What is that? It's going up the mountain with Moses. And so truly for the Ten Commandments to be justified, it has to be, for it truly to be theology. Well, it has to come from there. It has to be sent prophetically. But it also, if we really want it justified for us, if we really want it justified for us, this will be a long walk back up these stairs. We've still got plenty of time though. We only started about, 40 minutes ago. For it to be fundamentally justified, we have to go up the mountain. But like I mentioned earlier, with the Eden, it's guarded by the cherubim, isn't it? And so there's a reason. It's the same for us if we're trying to approach. If you try to approach Eden on your own steam, with your own will, the sword of love is experienced as thunder and lightning. So when people talk of awe, well, yes, there is awe, but usually that's because you haven't It's love ultimately at the ground of it, right? So yes, there's a fundamental gravity, but if you experience it without having grace, it's a repellent for people who haven't purified themselves. So the people that are below Moses, that haven't ascended the mountain of Sinai, haven't purified themselves. To them, if it's a shock and will be a shock, they need him to go up there as a priest, as an initiate, as a mystic. You have to purify yourself first. You have to go through purification, illumination, and union first. And so that's partly what that story speaks to is still true now of Eden. But if we truly want the commandments justified, you see justification of the Sabbath commandment. You see a justification of that commandment in the day of creation. The days of creation, which are close to or are Eden. You see a justification there. But still, you're still comparing things in the Bible. The actual justification of he who is comes from an experience of him up there like Moses. But what helps with that? Well, what helps with that, what's part of it is initiation, doing the practices of concentration without effort, which are actually practicing the 3 oaths of monasticism. Poverty, obedience, chastity are practiced in, wow, look at this little beach, beautiful. Wunderbar. That, but also analysis and synthesis. The actual practice of concentration without effort is a practical analysis and eventual synthesis in prayer, of course, with the Jesus prayer, because it's effort and grace. It's not something you can just bring about under your own steam. That is analysis and synthesis, in that it breaks down all the ideas and concepts and things that are with you, which is what analysis does. It tears things to pieces so you can see it. So you can do it intellectually, but also you do it practically. But in examination of the 10 Commandments in their individuality, do you begin slowly to understand what they are in synthesis? And what they are in synthesis, it's the 10 tongues that are in one. And the 10 tongues that are in one are this justification we're talking about, are this first commandment, or what's implicit in the first commandment, which is acknowledgement of he who is. And of course, what part of that acknowledgement firstly is simply by willing it first, because we don't have to, it's not something that only happens through, I might walk out to that wharf, only happens through election. It's both, effort and grace. Choose him first in the will him first. That doesn't mean like trying to do it. It means simply your will slowly is transformed through collaboration, but you can choose first. You can want it. What's willing? It's wanting. It's wishing. It's also something you, you move your attention around. That's probably tied up. It's tied up with the will as well. But willing is wanting and wishing, and so that can begin first. And then you begin the practices. You start acting first, and the will's tied up with action. So that's part of it. What are we talking about? We're talking about fundamentally. Oh, you can't walk out on that wall. We're talking about fundamentally that analysis of the 10 Commandments and synthesis of it. But the ultimate synthesis only happens when, he is disclosed. The analysis of them, what they're looking at them and understanding them in their individual parts, helps get a sense of what they are in totality, which helps to a building of the synthesis. So you can walk out on that. You can walk out here. Very cool. But not just that, practically as well. Through establishing prayer unceasingly, like I've talked about so often, and theoretically and practically at the same time. So the analysis and synthesis goes on at the same time, but you only reach through being helped on the other side. And in that process, what occurs? Well, it's climbing the mountain is understanding the Bible. It's kind of the path of St. Bonaventura, but alongside that, you're doing the St. John of the Cross. So you're climbing the mountain and going into the tabernacle at the same time. And that, so your 10 Commandments, to see them in their unity. And we're talking about this now, we're talking about the 10 Commandments now. And going from a multiplicity that is us and the multiplicity that is all the different ideas that we have of our past and valuations, transvaluating that through our practice, to have a synthesis to become in union with He who is truth and ultimate essence, ultimate one, what isn't multiplicity. Although that might not be 100% correct theology in the wording I just used there. But it's a multi-pronged thing. But what are we talking about, though, is that we're all supposed to actually go through this. We're all called to be saints. So it's not, well, one day we all will be, or have to be. That being said, where we are now, there is hierarchy. Where we are now is, it's important to have people to ascend that can express in the way that the Lord wants them to and is appropriate to help others eventually climb that mountain. And so that's what all this is about. That's what the whole Greenwood project is about. It's simply helping others to be able to climb that mountain and enter the tabernacle. And now, God, of all times, is it important. We can't be merely engaging in what's comfortable, which is a lot of this. I mean, yes, we should have breaks, and the ultimate break, the ultimate refreshment is in Him. But that's what people are doing today, aren't they? In weekends. Too much. And you see this in boomers especially. Of course, it all becomes about comfort in the West. But you'll have to have courage and go through what's uncomfortable to find He who is. But ultimately, the peace that comes from seeking truth is far greater than the provokings and even the distractions of comfort, as nice as they are. And if they're revealed in the light of ultimate essence, if they're revealed in the light of He who is, the quality and attunement of a place like this, and a historical place, is far deeper in its joy and refreshing quality than as this sort of everyday juvenileness of even old people on their tourist vacations. They go around, and we go around. We are guilty of. We go around to the places, and it's nice. Yeah, it's nice, don't get me wrong. We read the plaques on the walls, get a sense of a bit of a story, and that's useful. And it's part of actually what I'm talking about as well. But there's something else to disclose along with it. Everything has spirit. Everything has memory. And you don't get its memory merely by browsing the Wikipedia article or the plaque on the side of the building. We have to do the work. We have to do the thing that is uncomfortable. We have to have courage to be uncomfortable, to deal with primordial boredom, which is one of the hardest things. We want to be, in modernity, entertained, don't we? I even have a bit of trouble with this at night. Of course, I spend a lot of hours in worship, but I still, at night, sometimes I have trouble going to bed on time because I might be watching something, because that's the time I take to watch a few things before I go to sleep. And so this primordial boredom, I think people can do it in youth, but it does. I'll probably get puffed out walking up this hill. Maybe I should take the long way around. Nah, it's all right. What a pleasant weekend Saturday and again, it's better in the light of God, far greater in the light of God, far more meaningful, far more, the moments of the things that are revealed in love are eternal. The things that are not, that are of the periphery, will be and should be forgotten. But everyone who has authentic experience will be remembered. Authentic, remembered by God at the end. And so, we have to be courageous, though. We have to face that primordial boredom like I was talking about. And that's difficult for a soul that isn't mature, that hasn't faced it can be done. But a lot of the time it has a maturity is needed, a sort of suffering is needed to be willing to face the boredom, to be willing to face the loneliness, to be willing to face the things. Because when we feel those things, we tend to flee from them. Well, you can't flee. You have to see every interruption of the boredom experience of it. You have to go through it. And any thought that comes, what helps with this? Seeing the thoughts as demons. And so you get that process that you should be training in what I've been talking about with concentration without effort in prayer is the thought comes up, whatever thought it may be, and you think no, neutrally, and return to what you are supposed to be attending, and prayer. That's constant, even for me now. It's part of it, the temptation's part of it, but that'll help. For some that might see that as boring, well, you have to face it. It's part of it. Because at the ground, as you get closer to the ground, there is a primordial boredom. There's also Vilta Max down there. But boredom, it's definitely part of the temptation to get you to seek some other provoking, some other distraction, some other thing that wishes to subordinate you to it and the world. And what's the good news though, friends? The good news though, friends, is there is no subordination of those that are his children. Thank God. Thank God. It's true. That he is freedom, and outside all of this. And it's because of freedom that he doesn't just blow us away with power. If you go through the practices, if you do the thing, he reveals himself. But you have to accept him. You have to will it first, wish it first. I can't do that. It's uncomfortable. It's even low status, right? Oh, you're Christian, are you? Oh, imagine how uncomfortable it must be to just all sign the cross amongst, say, a family that isn't at all. Oh no. He's crazy, he's a believer. The insanity is modernity. The craziness is modernity. The insanity is the convincing that the devil's not real and that he's not real. Oh, there's a van behind me. Oh, thanks for telling me, friends. You should have said something. Oh dear. But how wonderful of the good news. The whole of nature. Sigh and relief. Of course, that's why we were so obsessed with and involved with the Willsmacht, the will to power, that we're now surrounded by. It is a recapitulation of the false god of existence, of the lust of existence, who is, of course, that's Satan. Ultimately false. Ultimately not of essence. And fundamentally, what does that tell us too? That's the funny thing. There's no choice between these two things. If you actually look and discern the truth, it's unfortunate that people don't operate the practices. As for me, it certainly was for me. But if you just seek truth, Seraphim Rose was the same. He was simply looking for truth and for God, and he will disclose himself. You just have to keep seeking truth though. It's not there, it's not there, it's not in Plato, it's not, something's not here, something's not essential here. It's not there. Here and wandering. Nietzsche, it's not there. In fact, that's of course the opposite. Not there. Keep looking, keep looking. For that glimmer, that light, that uncreated light, that uncreated truth rather. But there's no comparison. That's the thing. There's no decision amongst Mars, Astartes, and these different gods of existence. Because they're all provokings of something inward, or their trickery. They try involve Platonism, or they try use things that do actually point to essence and outside. But you just look in how they act. Is it Willsmacht? Is it will to power? Is it combative? Is it fighting for domination? Is that their fuel? Or do they radiate? Are they like a charged up battery from their community? Or do they radiate love from somewhere outside? Is there an energy, a natura naturans outside, a love that fuels them and flows through them, not at the cost of battle, not generated by polemic, not generated by combative courage? God, don't you sense it in these people? It's very, even before I had awakening of these faculties, I even sensed it then. Just, oh, this guy gives me this internet figure gives me a certain quality. This, something here, it's not outside. They might, and then you might see some of them say, oh, I believe we're fire, I believe we're this or that. Okay, where is that ultimately? You haven't seen it. You don't know it. You are reading it somewhere and abstracting, like a vola, whatever. You're reading it and abstracting. You haven't seen it. You haven't gone there, have you? You have to go there. You have to go to the top of the mountain and the tabernacle. Really, and I am still guilty of this. I'm a sinner. We're so presumptuous. We're so, especially us Westerners, we're so unhierarchical in a way. We're so rebellious and Luciferic. We can be. Grasp, give me, give me, give me. Prostrate. That's why the Orthodox Church is so good with the prostration. And all these things, they are to help you. It's for you. because it keeps you in bondage. These gods of existence, where we want to be self-referential, our own God, our own, what only feels right to us, rather than through true worship. Well, yeah, it's definitely our undoing as well. You have to see it. That's what true theology is. It's going there. And the way is through Exodus. But we were talking about something. We were talking about what were we talking about? Commandments, synthesis. We were on to one of the other commandments. I can't remember which one it was. Talking about what's of essence and what's... no comparison. There's no comparison. And what commandment is that connected to? It's connected to no idols. Idols are thought. Idols are ideals inside, are the imagistic of the unconscious too. Even if you worshipped an icon, you venerate icons, you don't worship them. You venerate saints, you don't worship them. You worship the Trinity. But there's no comparison. That's what that means with the idols. The only analogy is I. Is because we're made in God's image and likeness, is that what is inside, what is within, is the only thing that can be compared, which is why he tells us his name is Ehyeh. Not to be used in worship, but to be used in study. His name is I am. He is, he is, he was, he will be, I am, I was, I will be. I can't say it, we can't use it as worship though. I can only use it for teaching. I can't. Fundamentally, it's resistant to me using it, just like I is resistant. You can't call me I. I can't call you I. The language is resistant, you see. And it's the same, only God can name himself as he does. And so that's why we don't use it in worship. And so there's no comparison. That's what that points to. There is no comparison. Only in existence though. There's no comparison here, in this here, yonder, in this. This is here and there. There implies a here and a there, here, yonder, which is being, the being of existence. There's no comparison. And so part of that is actually the process of purification, illumination, union, is getting rid of all ideas we have, negative theology. There can be no comparison. But what is within? The kingdom of heaven is within. No golden calf. We must climb the mountain into the tabernacle away from existence. We're going to walk up and read our Rudolf Steiner book. Now we're going to have a drink of tea. That'll be nice. And then, I'm not sure where we'll go. We might grab the ferry back. But there's much more to explore around here on North Head. We'll continue our journey forward. And so, no comparison. What does that also mean? It also means that when you start to see, when you go within, when you make an exodus from existence in our deep contemplative practices, you simply will recognize that these pagan gods and all these other things aren't essential. Of course they're not. Even the way they're described isn't. You will see that it's true. You just have to do the practices. There's no comparison. You're either not an essentialist. It's the difference between an existentialist, even if it's implicit, because some people probably think they are being essential, but they're not. They're reading a book and abstracting a system. Or they get caught on the way out. because you get caught on the way out. Because when you start dissolving the things of the world, the multiplicity, getting to deeper levels of the unconscious, the closest thing is will. And so naturally you're going to have these people who have some experience of the numinous, which can be the false hierarchies or Wilsermacht, as we've talked about many times before. The projection of the devil. It's a projection of the unconscious from the Wilsermacht. That's the zone of the false Holy Spirit. It's the closest to us on the way out to essence. It already provokes us without us even realizing it, with the desires we have. It's only when you start digging that they start recognizing, oh, here's someone we can capture more deeply, or we should stop from getting to what's of essence. Of course, this is why the greatest attacks are reserved for those who are on the way to becoming holy. Priests, right? You start off only experiencing the bodily lusts on the Christian journey. Then the principalities and powers, as you might have encountered on Twitter. You know, the political principalities are very easy to recognize as a distributed cognition, as a online. You'll feel their pings if you interact with them. Perhaps you'll feel their pings of fear. If it's a principality of power. There's some dude staring at a window, but I guess he's just looking at the view. Gives a strange quality to him. The false gods of existence. So here we are, friends. I think we'll set up here. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Or should we keep walking? What time is it? 1:09. We've been going for about an hour. I'd say that's about right. How do I give you a decent view at the same time? It's a bit damp here too. It's all damp here. Just finding a spot, friends. Maybe up here. I'm thinking. And so there's no comparison. If you simply walk the royal path, simply walk the way, there's no comparison. It will be revealed. This is so damp around here. What's the view like from this one? Yeah, we'll go back to where we were. Sorry. Yeah. But you have to have your wits about you. You don't abandon your wits on this path. It's the day and night path at the same time. We're discerning always. And that's why we have our lecture series on discernment. If you look at our lectures on the highlights page on YouTube. Oh man. Let's just see. It should be alright. Let's put my feet there. Wunderbar. What's the nicest side? It could be a bit windy up here actually. It'll probably be alright. What does that look like? Give me a moment, friends. See what we're dealing with here. That's a pretty nice view, right? Yeah, let's do that. I think we click this once to activate voice cancelling. Boop. Oh, I hope that didn't turn it off. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, it seems to be working. I think we activated voice cancelling. Noise cancelling. let's set you guys up. Feel free to send through any questions or videos that you want us to comment on of what's been happening. We will do that. That might fall over. We'll do that. I don't think it's going to fall over. There we go. We'll do that periodically. And we're going to have a segment at the end where I'll get my laptop out. And we'll see. It's a nice view. Or we could put it low here. That might be a good idea, actually. Better there, I think. Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry, I know this is boring. I'm trying to work this out. Okay. That'll do. No, it's just going to fall. Let's just make it lower. Let's go here. How boring, sorry. How boring. Okay. Oh, that should be good. Good lower. Okay. Now, let me just grab this mic, put it back in place. The magnet's probably fallen down here. There it is. Saved by my cross. Okay. All right, we are reading today. Continuing on the lectures of Rudolf Steiner. We're continuing his book, Lectures on Thomas Aquinas and Augustine, and what informs their thought: Aristotle, Plotinus, Scotus Origina, Dionysius the Areopagite, are what is explored by Steiner in this book. Like I said, feel free to send through any questions or anything that you have. And I'll get to them periodically, but also get to them. Oh shit, did I take the book out this morning? I may have. Shit. That's what I was supposed to leave in here. It's all right. Well, still, I don't remember what page we're on, but we'll just have to break out the laptop. Damn, man. That's annoying. All right. Okay. All else fails, we'll just continue our walk, rather. And so, the good old Rudolf Steiner archive. There is no comparison. And you can see, I'm not just saying there is no comparison. It's simply because, as the whole Bible describes, it's talking about in what his name is, Ehie, I am. Nothing else does that. Many names as well. But fundamentally, it's the language of, his language is the language of the subject, is the language of essence, language of love as well. The language that's outside of the things of the world. And so it becomes clear simply from that, it's not to do with the things that are wrapped up with existence. All things are resolved outside. Even all these issues. It's funny to hear some pagan arguments of, once you've read Rudolf Steiner, to see pagan arguments of it not being it not being native, or it being something foreign. Firstly, of course, there's ultimate truth. So are you going to deny the truth? But also, what have we been talking about but the native wind this whole time? More I than I myself am. There is no more native place than more within than the I, than your point of experience. Even the Eastern religions acknowledge, they see it as illusion, of course, which is wrong, but they're half right. So ultimately, he's always been in England, of course. It just speaks to a fundamental understanding of what Christ is. And also a lack of going to the essence of things. That's why there's always we're not abandoning the world. You guys are abandoning the world. No, we see the world and love the world through the light of the ultimate essence. It's a saving. It's not a subordination to, it's an ingression from outside and saving and healing through love. And so when you understand, it resolves those issues. But yet, native wind, there is no more native a thing than he whose name actually is I am. Absolute subject. He's more almost than you are. More almost, more inward, more I than I myself am. More native, more intimate than I myself am. How good, that's still working. More intimate than I myself am. How could that be considered as foreign? Even so, new, what has been is seen in the light of the Logos. So that was what was quite right about in Greek times. Was it Paul did? He did by looking to what they had seen of him, looking to the unknown God. Look, here is the God that is Jesus, who came and incarnated. He's not a prophet. He's not a moral teacher. He's an incarnation of God. Oh, he didn't incarnate with us, though. He incarnated somewhere else than England or wherever. Man, every people has a mission. We still have folk missions, folk angels. There's just a mission happened to be the preparation of the body, preparation for the incarnation. And then we had a mission after that. Look at what we've done. We accepted him and spread him everywhere. The truth, the good news. What a wonderful mission that is. What a wonderful native. And then all the land and history that was before the incarnation revealed in his light. How wonderful, how native, how home, how of the soil. And you see this in the Orthodox Church too. The ethnic group, say the Greek Orthodox Church, the beautiful ethnic garments. We could have had this in Anglo culture and Celtic culture with that lovely, lovely folk traditions integrated in and seen in their true light, actually. And here's an example of that true light. Again, I wish some of these pagans would just read Steiner, read Valentin Tomberg, and say Siegfried the dragon slayer. Well, it's even said in that Germanic myth that this leaf on his back was a weakness, I think it is, because the true armor had yet to come. And what is that true armor? But the cross that is to be put there, and that is it was vertical, not horizontal, and that's the true immunity to being killed. And that Wilsermacht Siegfried ultimately expressed without weakness in Christ. Another thing, there is the God who says nothing, which is like the unknown God of the Greeks in Germanic myth. I've forgotten his name. Does it start with V? He says nothing. He is the one that actually defeats the wolf, I believe, in the end, yet says nothing. Of course, this is a prelude to Christ. Doesn't say anything. Silence, the unknown God that is to incarnate. The outside is revealed in that. It's more complex than that, and of course, well unpacked by Steiner. Yeah, let's see if you guys have any chats or questions. Make sure this is all still coming through nice and clear. Whoa. Seems to be good. Hail Mary, full of grace says, my insomnia becomes a blessing when Scott streams. Well, I'm so glad, friend. I hope this doesn't keep you up. I hope that it is a view. I hope that it is refreshing. And then one can fall into sleep off the back of that. Yeah. How wonderful to see. What good news that we're not haunted by. What great news that we're not haunted like. Oh, wow. Read The Wanderer, friends. Old Anglo-Saxon poem about the kind of haunting of weird. Weird is the river of necessity, the aching, turning wheel that Buddha talks about, the groaning of nature for redemption. My gosh, in pain, deep pain, save me from this ache of the loss of my people and the circle of revenge and the hauntings. He's given clues in The Wanderer. He talks about the loss of his people and the loss of his ring lord and the meaning that was given by his king. All groaning, inescapable, weird, a river flowing towards us that I can't get out. Look at the water across that we're looking at now. It flows onward. The sea flows and the tide, inescapable. That the wanderer would have looked out off the coast of England and seen, or wherever he was, seen icy water, immovable. That was weird before Christ came. Then the weird as a word actually became outside, became strange, weird, which is actually providential, future, true future, because there is no escape from the past, as Solomon, his ache at the end, that all wisdom is vanity, all is vanity, all is vanity. What has been done will be done. What is will be again. That's the eternal recurrence of the same that Nietzsche experienced when he looked as far as he could look. When he looked as far as he could look. But that wanderer, so close to, as a hangover he was from the former age. The immovable sea becomes a flowing river out of Eden, a truth and a joy. A true joy in the crystalline water of the eternal, not the intoxicant overflowing, which is talked about in just a bird, Kookaburra, the king of the birds here. An overflowing intoxication from the mouth of the serpent pouring towards the woman, I believe. That's the false pouring, the false river. But this inescapable necessity, that's the past. Destiny, heredity. Heredity can be a good thing. There can be, of course, there's a folk mission in Christ. But often we are pushed by this necessity. We are between two streams. We're between providential, now we are. That's not to say that there wasn't the occasional pagan, Plato, the occasional, even some Hermeticist that experienced the Logos. It's a rare thing though. Ultimately, the doctrines of the different religions are, well, Hermeticism's pretty close, but the doctrines of, say, the East, it's ultimately Luciferic. But anyway, that's aside from the point. Aside from the point. The whole world groaned. Now everyone has access to, he's there to guide you directly, not as a matter of something that's worked out. What may have been appropriate for a former age is no longer appropriate in any regard in terms of religion and initiation. It doesn't work and is inappropriate. It ends up being an actual specialization now. And if in a former age there were possibilities with it, but now, no, because he came to show the way. And he's now here to directly engage with you and lead you. He's the master. There are no masters anymore. There are no, he's the initiator. So to call someone an initiate now is someone who has the master as their guide. Thank God. And so what we're talking about? We're talking about providence. We're talking about heredity, this what was for the wanderer in the Anglo-Saxon poem. That's hell, inescapable torment of sin. Sin becomes destiny and was. The whole world was tied up in this grinding and a dead nature. Even for the Israelites, at that time it had become far theistic dead, almost like it is now, when the incarnation came. It's far theistic logic, the groaning, and so this heredity and this push is still there. But what is in the push, well, you are in the domain of freedom. We have access to the collective unconscious too that's here. There's providence, which is the true future that we have access to now. We have this push from behind us, this push from heredity. It's necessity, right? You can't escape it. It's non-virginal nature. What does that push mean? It's the drives of the things of the world. It's nature. And we're the mediator between those two things. That push from the past, what is that? It's determinism. It's that you can calculate everything that will be from what was. And that what was is not just heredity and biology. Also, the memory feeds back. What has been feeds back into what is, right? So also astrology and different determining factors. Still, it's deterministic because there's nothing outside of it that miraculously ingresses in. But of course, or is there? There is. That's providence. It's the other stream, and we're the mediator between those two. It's supposed to go through us into everything via Christ. So thank God. Everything that you remember becomes a necessity, becomes a push, that you can't change it after it happens, right? And it gives form to who you are, the things that you've done that are in your memory. You can be imprisoned by that. The more you know, the more you can be imprisoned by it. Like we talk about so often, the ideas of the world imprison you unless they are icons. Ideas and even images can be idols, but they can also be icons if they help you transcend themselves. So if you have an ideological superstructure, or even sometimes a theology, some warped Protestant theologies can keep you just with the ideas, just on the surface. I'm not saying everything, I'm just saying some. But other ideas can lead you to find Christ yourself. So, I mean, maybe even I can be guilty of explaining too much. Some mysteries are to be left as mysteries because the language needs to... I've failed unless it draws you to do the practices, and thus it draws you to find he who is yourself. Because if you just have an idea or a visualization and you just memorize whatever, if it's Steiner, whatever it is, if you just memorize, not actually move towards him and have him disclose himself to you, it's an idol and keeps you from him. It's becomes something of, not of essence, but of existence. And so all this that we are speaking, that we're doing, is about, and you can speak in a certain way, you can speak symbolically. If it drives you, some people, I remember I've talked on people's shows before and people have been saying, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Word salad, or whatever it might be. If you don't immediately get it, you think immediately, because it undermines your certainty of what you know in yourself, you look to someone else to blame because you don't know. I've done it. We all do it. We blame the other person. But fundamentally, the better talking is actually the one that leads you on. Heidegger does a lot of that. Remember how earlier we talked about multifariousness of meaning? Words used, being, talking about being and using it as a multifarious word can help have things disclose themselves to you, not give you a set meaning you already know. Most people speak to you in YouTube videos in a manner that they're telling you what you already know in a different way and preaching to the choir, or articulating something you generally know, right? You've got to be careful, because that can be, we can make idols of ourselves. We're not seeking to get deeper and deeper to know and know and know and know more. Depth, though, not curiosity. We just move to another crappy curiosity, not trying to get to the essence of things. And so if we can speak in a way that is, some people will say, oh, I don't know what he's talking about, or they'll just give up. Some people actually go, oh, wonderful. And they see this lovely drive in it to read in a more holistic manner, and the knowing of what's being said, as it's said in multiple ways or symbolically, drives you to actually do and comprehensively understand. And you will, and drives you to read more. That's what we're here for, an impulse. Hopefully, and it's not me, ultimately. It's gifts from him. Hopefully. I pray before every stream. Hopefully this bears fruit, bears fruit. The fruit isn't, oh, I've got this proposition that Scott gave me. Is there a drive to do the practices, to seek more, to seek the essence of things? And people have talked about in the fellowship that they come to see through the practice, the knowing that's granted is a depth knowing by the Lord, not me. Through the practice, it's a depth knowing. It feels more embodied. Say, reading the Bible again will feel, all these things will pop out, stick out to you that weren't formally understood, and be more wholesome, more whole, because true idea and ideals have willing and feeling with them, and the different layers of the being of man, which go all the way down towards the Lord. It's not just the factical, mineral, material layer. Our being goes all the way down. And when the Lord spoke and speaks, his word goes all the way down there. His commandments, when given to Moses, those words impelled themselves. You didn't need, at the beginning, the commandments carried him and impelled their obedience. Yahweh was in the blood, needed to be at that time as the preparation of the body. So the commandments, and you can do that. Say you approach the Bible. I would often make the error, and only have just recently started doing it more comprehensively, say a daily Bible reading. Do the practice, go and pray to understand it properly and deeply before you do it. And a whole wellspring of depth, of attunement, of feeling. But again, this isn't just regular modern feeling, a whole depth of it emerges and sticks out. Its gravity is revealed. Not just emotively, but also gravity can be disclosed by the Lord as a celestial gravity. You know what the analogy for celestial gravity is? It's not just a metaphor. So celestial gravity, the analogy is terrestrial gravity. What is that? You know what that feels like, don't you? In fact, celestial gravity by the saints has been to such a degree that some have been lifted off the ground. So, but it's experienced spiritually, and can be by you through the practices in a time length that's not that long. And so, the redemption of thinking, friends. Steiner not everything Steiner says is right, of course. And our friend, he can be a wonderful companion on many walks like we're going on today on your own. Let these walks spur you to, and you can also now on YouTube get the Philokalia. You can get many books by the saints and church fathers to listen. Let them be. How wonderful today that you can withdraw and have your exodus. Take the SIM card out of your phone and put these books, and there's someone's recorded the whole Philokalia on YouTube. Let them be your companion. Let this video spur you to go on a weekend walk, exodus around places of solitude. Hopefully you can include the practice while you do that, because you get to the essence of things with that. If you start that in the morning, you start off in the right way, and that can hopefully allow you to experience more of the depth of a location. So let this spur you to go on your own walks. In fact, this whole program sprung out from my own travels. And someone like Steiner, his lectures have been recorded, all of them. And every weekend for the next 4 years, or maybe 3 years, you could have him as your companion, and a moving companion too, impelling and moving companion. And this is what the tradition also gives the saints and the way people talk. We need life. We need full heart. We need our concepts and ideals to live. Christ thinking, you could call it, needs to have him. It's not. Maybe that's a bit too a modernish term, but the point is, primordially, for the seers, the sages, and the saints, the word has this, like I said, willing and feeling with it, power, valuative power, not just spiritual power. Like I said, remember I just meant celestial gravity, have a gravity and weight that are beyond just the emotive, but also are emotive too, emotive weight, but transformative in terms of man's whole being. That's what we need. That's what this rejuvenation and resurrection is going to be. That's the hope. That's really hope. That's Greenwood. From the roots to the tree. From the river to the sea. La will be free. Now, I don't know why that came up. But yes, from the depths. And those people who have experienced those depths, like the church fathers, can be experienced now in audiobook. How wonderful that you can then walk off into solitude and they can be your companions. And there are certain authors and certain speakers who aren't dry, and the word lived for them, and it can go from them into you in small ways. Valentin Tolberg is one of them. You can listen to his meditations on the tarot. That's an audiobook. Someone recorded that on YouTube. And that can be your companion too. How wonderful, how wonderful. You need to take the time too. We always surround ourselves with people. Sometimes people can be the problem. Sometimes we need to get away, even from those closest to us for a while, to get towards He who is, because our whole being needs to be consecrated to Him and subject to Him as the highest order of our lives that starts practically. Again, we said at the start of the stream, what does your life look like? What does the day look like? Who's subordinate? Are you subordinated to the things of the world in the way the day operates, and you're operating for money and food and all that? Or does it seem like the day is subordinated to God? Again, it starts practically, but then eventually it imbues your whole being. Don't be subordinated by the necessities of the world like it was for the pagans. It can be, now Christ is here and he can lead you to, he already is. If it wasn't for your angel, your guardian angel, for Christ helping you in little hints, you'd probably already be dead. You probably would be dead. You know, I'm sure I would be. If it wasn't for my angel and if it wasn't for Christ, I would be dead or in hell. So the good news, thankfully, is that you can be freed from it because he comes from natura naturans, free nature, outside causality. We are, he allowed us to be a miracle. No decisions actually made and not deterministic. Most decisions are deterministic. Thankfully, there is such a thing as free will, free decision. Most of our decisions aren't that, though. They're provokings and subordinated to the provokings and pushes of the moment. What is the provoking and pushes? It's the things you want of the world, or the things that are demanded by the world of you. We want our motive primordially, at the ground, to ingress from the Lord into us and motivate us chiefly in our lives. Yes, we still have to earn money and do this and that, but fundamentally, we want this push, this love to come through from him and motivate us. And when it doesn't, when our motives change and our there's Catholic figures in the political, I'm not going to name any names, no way. And we even the mode of critique is very dangerous, but their God isn't God. You've got to be real careful. Got to be real careful. A fundamental change of heart, isn't it? What does that mean? It's a conversion, a transformation, a transvaluation of your being. It starts practically. Thankfully, he comes to dwell with you. And so it's not a duty. It's not, I've talked about this before, it's not Kantian. It's not he helps you. It's not this big burden that it is for some sects of Protestantism. It's not this whipping. He's not a tyrant, but some sects have made him a tyrant, unfortunately. It's effort and grace. You can find him and he'll give you a mission. You don't have to just be elected. You can become elect through grace, though, and effort, both at the same time. How wonderful. If you can just look away for long enough, how wonderful. I was tied up with the things of the world and the Wilsamacht. It's empty, friends. Fundamentally, it's empty. It provokes you and provokes you, achieve something, and you achieve something, and then it's immediately empty and loses its valuative power and push. Say an award, you wanted to win an Oscar. You get the Oscar. It completely is worthless once it's there. It might have some use, but it's worthless to you as a driving force, and the next thing drives you, mimetically inherited from somewhere or someone else. So say you get all the money you could possibly wish for. Oh, yes, I'll buy the yacht. Then what? Then what? You get the yacht, it's empty. You get used to that very quickly. Oh, I've got the nice apartment in the towering Seaside, Sydney apartment in the city over there. They're miserable, my friend. They're miserable. He who is, you have to be poor in spirit for him to be disclosed. That's why the withdrawal's needed. But you get clues along the way. You don't necessarily have to give away your wealth, but you're going to find it a lot harder as someone who's got a lot of money. I reckon it can be done. You just have to put your money away because it's got some seductive potentiality. Put it all away in some trust or something under some sort of time thing or something like that. But you need to have that reduced and the distractions. It's not impossible, but it certainly would make things, be thankful that, you know, you only need enough, you want the Lord to provide for you. You only need enough, you got more things around you than you realize. You only need enough to survive. If you've got the things that are around you, that's enough. Because you think you need more than you do as well. But it's helpful. The main thing is you can be free. He can free you from that necessity too. But you also need to free yourself from it. Because you've got these desires. You have to surrender your will for the things of the world, for your goals. It has to all be, well, I'll see what happens after. Just see what the Lord wants me to do after I go through this process. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll have to let go of whatever I wanted. And you'll still have it there, but little by little, he'll help you dissolve it. It can't be those goals that you had can't subject you, because they're often tied up with the things of the world. Do you see what we're getting at here? It has to be surrendered. Let go. He'll help you do that, and he'll come and dwell within you and replace and rejuvenate, and heal. But you have to have courage. You have to face the boredom. You have to withdraw. Yeah. Yeah. Amen. In other words, it is certainly true. Where are we? Lectures, redemption of thinking. And so I've taken a while to get to our reading here. Where are we? We've been going for almost 2 hours now. So we'll do our reading and then we'll continue our walk. And then in about, where are we? It's almost 2 hours in. In about 2 hours and a half, in about an hour and a half, we'll come to our segment when I'll set the camera up so we can see the laptop. So send through the videos if you want to comment as a group on a video, on something that you've seen in the news, preferably of morale, but it could be something we can talk about the curative for. We'll try to avoid any uber critique or anything like that, and it can be a curative though. We can diagnose. That's okay. And so we were on lecture 2 of the redemption of thinking. Some good chats though. I think that's some good stuff in there. Let's have a look if we've heard anything else from friends. Okay. Yes, well, we're not walking around, so it's a bit less entertaining, I suppose. But where were we? So, lecture 2, Redemption of Thinking by Rudolf Steiner. I think we were, yep, Dionysus, Anagia. So he's talking about Scotus Origina and Plotinus. Here's good. So Albert, I think that's Albert Scotus Origina, and Thomas Aquinas knew that Aristotle had brought down that by abstractions. What the others had in visions, in memory, he abstracts it. He's abstracting, he's logicking, and things are disclosing themselves. They're not seen directly, they're not revelations. Therefore, they do not at all face Aristotle in such a way as modern philosophers and philologists do, who quarrel over two concepts that came from Aristotle. However, because the Aristotelian writings have not come completely to posterity, one finds these concepts or ideas without being related to each other. Aristotle considered the human being as a unity that encloses the vegetative, lower principle and the higher principle, the nous. Scholastics call it intellectus agens. However, Aristotle distinguishes the nous poeticus and the nous patheticos, an active and passive human mind. What does he mean by that? You do not understand what he means if you do not go back to the origin of these concepts, which Heidegger also makes a lot of effort to do. Even like the other soul forces, these two kinds of mind are active in the construction of the human soul. The mind insofar as it's still active in the construction of the human being, which does not stop, however, like the memory once, and emancipates itself as memory, but is active the whole life through. It is the nous poeticus. That's that. This builds up and individualizes the body from a universe for itself in the sense of Aristotle. It's the same as the soul constructing the human body in Plotinus. That which emancipates itself, then, what is destined only to take up the outer world and to process the impressions of the outer world dialectically, is the nous patheticos, the intellectus possibilis. What faces us as astute dialectic, as exact logic in scholasticism, goes back to these old traditions. Nous patheticos. Nous poeticos. You do not cope with that, what happened in the souls of the scholastics, if you do not take into consideration this impact of ancient traditions. Because all that had an impact on the scholastics, the big question arose to them that one normally regards as the real problem of scholasticism. In that time when humanity had still a vision that produced such things like Platonism or its rationalistic filtrate, Aristotelianism, in which, however, still the individual feeling had not reached the climax, the scholastic problems were not yet there. Since that which we call intellect and which has its origin in the scholastic terminology on one side is just an outflow of the human individual being. If we all think in the same way, it is only because we all are organized equally, individually, and that mind is attached to the individual that is the same in all human beings. They think different as far as they are differentiated. However, these nuances have nothing to do with real logic. However, the real logic and dialectic thinking is an outflow of the general human, but individually differentiated organism. You could even see a bit in that of Heidegger's logic expressing itself, especially for the Greeks. You can see the difference there between the scholastics, who are the individual. They are the individual. They're not this collective cup where the ideas are sent from a collective being. It's from within, right? And they just happen to be connected to a universal, let's say, that's somewhere else. For the Greeks, they more, or even before Aristotle, experienced that collective sending of ideas. And so, yeah, it's different for them. The logos self-expresses. Thus, the human being stands there as an individuality and says to himself, "In me the thoughts emerge by which the outside world is represented internally." That's now. There, the thoughts which should give a picture of the world are arranged from the inside. And you might see this as a bit old-fashioned, but I think people still see the world in this way, moderns do. There, on one side, work mental pictures inside the human being that are attached to the single individual things, like to a single wolf or to a single human being, we say to Augustine, someone like Augustine. Then, however, the human being gets the other inner experiences, like to his dreams, for which he does not find such an outer representative at first. There he gets to those experiences which he forms for himself, which are chimeras, as already the centaur was a chimera to scholasticism. Then, however, are on the other side those concepts and ideas that shimmer actually to both sides, the humanity, the type or genus of lion, the type or genus of wolf, and so on, the universals. Not just this particulars this difference that they see between it is not the same thing as what Aristotle sees. It's kind of particular to how the emergence of the individual has changed since Aristotle to the scholastics, is the point he's also making. And so the particulars that they see of each individual wolf, there's something else behind it that seems to shimmer of what they see as archetypes. They were seen in a much more raw way by the Greeks, by the way. Scholastics called these general concepts universals, when the human beings still rose to these universals in such a way as I've described it yesterday. They felt them as the lowest border of the spiritual world. Wolfness, the species of wolves, they used to be able to stare long enough at nature to see the shimmer and glimmer of its general category. You know how earlier we've been talking about this justification as well? That all comes out of primordial concepts, originally from being. And so the ways the scholastics understand the universals really isn't the way they kind of emerge for Aristotle anyway, but they make them, they're very rigorous with them. So let's just continue, because we're not talking about Heidegger, we should let Rudolph say what he wants to say. And so, scholastics called these general concepts, what is a concept? It's these universals, these things cause the wolf to appear as the wolf is. Formal cause, efficient cause, final cause, formal cause. And they don't really mean anything to anyone now, but what are the Greek words for them? So eidos, or appearances, or look. Eidos, form, eidos, telos, end, or good. There's these things which you could say are of the soul that make the things look as they do. Also, as we talked about last week, is the species of the thing, because we recognize that it's the same species, don't we? That's a wolf, that's a wolf, that's a wolf. Is it in the thing itself, the wolf itself, that its wolfness? Is there something anterior and before the species of wolf? Or is it just an emergence out of matter? And is everything just a particular? And we just abstract species from that? Or is there an archetype of a wolf somewhere? Well, the truth of the matter is those archetypes are in the Garden of Eden. Those archetypes you can see if you look to the depths of nature. Anterior is true. That's what Plato believes, right? But it's actually true. The truth is evolution isn't just a grinding experiment. Though there's truth to that, that is in reality, and our next lecture is going to deal with the kingdom of nature, the kingdom of man, and the kingdom of God. But the archetype, there's a thing called occlusion. Occlusion is demonstrated by a potentiality in an egg and the formation of a particular out of something that is in potential inside an egg. That's true in every piece of matter. In the Bible, there's a translation. There's Adam, right? Primordial Adam is outside of time and was. It's before the incarnation. But matter, a word for the clump of soil that man's made of, is Adamah. And what is deep in that when you contemplate this is that there is a final cause, there is an omega point, there is actually Christ within all matter. So there is a second principle, a grinding natural selection. But the things don't start off at just, things are, when the creation story is actually true. It doesn't just start at hydrogen like the Big Bang. That's a false cosmology. But the facts of science are true, though. It's the extrapolation from those facts that fails. But there's another principle, a principle of cooperation we also see. a principle of, and you see that in the attraction of things to other things. You see that in the cooperation of bees, but also a principle of growth that leads things naturally to their ideal that's outside of time. And so it didn't go from reptiles to this to that. There was, of course, and so the matter itself also has this Adama, quivers and moves towards Adam. It's all about developing us. But it's not just the grinding though. Things came at different times. The animals came first. We were always here though. We were not incarnated though. We're in deeper levels of being that we don't see, of the spirit. You could call it the vital body and the psychological body. Waiting. The animals incarnated first. Anyway, I digress. But we were talking about the universals. That's where they are. They are actually anterior because they are to do with leading those things to their archetypes if they're not already what they are supposed to be. And so there's a guidance, an omega point, a gravity that develops things. Now it's really about us developing in the spirit. Everything else is the push of grinding, because the other principle is there. There's this, you see this in the dinosaurs and the specialization, the false paths that end up destroying themselves through their experiment, because there's a grinding, there's an experimental grinding too because of the fall. So there's truth, of course, to what Darwin's talking about, but it's not the whole truth. It's not the only guiding principle of the development of things. And so anyway, I was just expanding there that how you actually, in the things, and the reason why we do recognize things as species isn't necessarily, of course, it's not a abstraction from our observation of different wolves saying, oh, that's a species. It's not something in our minds, or just in our minds. Anyway. So when the human being still rose to these universals in such a way as I've described it yesterday, they felt them as the lower border of the spiritual world. To experience in such a way, it was not yet necessary to have that individual feeling which prevailed then during the later centuries. With individualized feeling, one said to himself, you rise from the sensory things up to that border where the more or less abstract but experienced things are, the universal humanity, lion and wolf and such. That's what happens later. We don't feel like we're rising up to at the beginning. We feel like we're looking within to something that's abstracted and just empiricist. We just think we're a collection of the experiences of the world, which is what has to be defeated. Because what you love is what you remember. So we have to get out of that. What our automatic memory we're born into, our logical memory then takes over from that. And they're the first two that begin to fade as we age. And why do people become more nostalgic? Because their soul's beginning to withdraw from the body. But what is always remembered is what's loved. There's a moral memory, and above that, divine memory. And thank God that what you love, if you turn it in the right direction to God, you are remembered by Him. You're reorganed by Him. You remember, I've been talking about today what has been, the things of essence. If you love towards that, primarily in God, away from the things of existence, you will remember them. Beyond your memories, the things of depth of the past can be remembered without reading a book. Again, these take lots of time and effort, right? But the Spirit can reveal these things to you and have to the philosophers as well. Even to someone like Goethe had a sense of what was going to be the next day because he had looked towards the essence of things. But fundamentally, it comes from Christ, of course. It's something that's granted. But ultimately, He remembers you and you start to experience and remember divine things. That's what's happening when you begin to see the essence of things, the ground of the psyche, and feel them. You're awakening to something that you were within, but you didn't have access to. And so, onward we go. Scholasticism understood that very well, and that one could not say just like that, these are only summaries of the outer world. They didn't believe that, but they understood very well that people thought that. This idea that it's just an abstraction from experience. But this became a problem for scholasticism with which it struggled. We have to develop such general concepts, such universal concepts for our individuality. If we look out, however, at the world, we do not have the humanity, but single human beings, not the type wolf, but single wolves. However, on the other side, we cannot regard that what we study as the wolf type or the lamb type, the material that is contained in these summaries, as the only real. We cannot accept that just like that. We cannot accept this just like that, because then we would have to suppose that a wolf becomes a lamb if one feeds it with lambs only long enough. Matter does not do it. The wolf remains wolf. Nevertheless, there's something there, isn't there? Nevertheless, the wolf type is something that one cannot even equate with the material just like that. Today, it is often a problem with people, Today, it is often a problem which people do not at all take seriously. Scholasticism struggled intensely with this problem, just in its period of bloom. This problem was directly connected with the ecclesiastical interests. We can get an idea of it if we take into consideration the following. Before Albert the Great and Thomas Aquinas appeared with their special elaboration of philosophy, already some people had appeared like Rosalind, a French theologian and philosopher in 150 to 1120, for example, who asserted and were absolutely of the opinion that these general concepts, these universalia, were nothing but that what we summarize from the outer individual things. They are actually mere words, mere names. This nominalism regarded the general things, the universalia, only as words. So not even as universal, not even a Kantian thing we actually generate, not even a concept that has a universal quality, but just words, an opposite of what the scholastics are talking about. However, Rosalind was dogmatically serious about nominalism, applied it to the Trinity and said, if what he considered right, this summary is only a word, the Trinity is only a word, and the individuals are the only real, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Then the human mind summarizes this three, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, with a name only. Medieval spirits expanded such things to the last consequences. The Church was compelled to declare this view of Rosalind a partial polytheism and the doctrine heretic on the Synod of 1092. So one was in a certain calamity compared with nominalism, a dogmatic interest united with a philosophical one. In contrast to today, one felt it as something very real in that time, and just with the relationship of the universalia to individual things, Thomas and Albertus struggled spiritually. It is the most important problem for them. Everything else is only a result as far as everything else got a certain nuance by the way they position themselves to this problem. However, just as Albertus and Thomas positioned themselves to this problem, all forces are involved which had remained as tradition of the Areopagite, of Plotinus, Augustine, Erigena, and many others. One still knew that there were human beings who beheld beyond the concepts into the spiritual world, into the intellectual world, in that world about which also Thomas speaks as about a reality in which he realizes the intellectual beings free of matter that he calls angels. These are not mere abstractions, but real beings that have no bodies only. Thomas placed these beings into the 10th sphere. While he imagines the Earth's circle by the sphere of the moon, then of Mercury, Venus, and Sun, and so on, he comes via the 8th and 9th spheres to the Empyrean, to the 10th sphere. He imagines all that absolutely interspersed with intelligences, and the intelligences to which he refers back at first send down what they have as their lowest border, as it were, in such a way that the human soul can experience it. However, in such a way as I have pronounced it now, in this form which is more based on Platonism, it does not appear for the mere individual feeling to which just scholasticism had brought itself, but it remained belief for Albert and Thomas that there is the manifestation of these abstractions above these abstractions. For them, the question originated, which revealed, for them the question originated, which reality do these abstractions have? And so this is the thing, isn't it? Thomas, through this rigorous study, eventually at the end of his life, gets to the beings themselves. But it seems to be quite right what Steiner's saying here, is that he's saying it's out there. He is abstracting about it. But through that, it becomes an icon for him. And at the end of his work, as we've read out before in one of our lectures, if we take it to be true, that reference that he says at the end of his life is that it was granted to him in a flash. And he said the things he's now seen and make all his work to feel very insignificant, that's mysticism. That's mysticism. And so thankfully, because of the work of the saints and such, we are able to engage on the night path and the day path at the same time in our age. And so Albert and Thomas still had an idea of the work of the mental, spiritual on the bodily and its subsequent mirroring. If it has worked enough on the bodily. Now, let me read that again because I missed that. Albert and Thomas still had an idea of the work of the mental, spiritual on the bodily and its subsequent mirroring, if it has worked enough on the bodily. Okay, I get that. He's talking about before when he defines how Augustine or how Plotinus thought about these things. They had images of all that. They had images also of that which the human being becomes in his single individual life, what he takes up as impressions of the outside world and processes it with them. Thus, the idea developed that we have the world round ourselves, but this world is a manifestation of the spiritual. While we look at the world, while we see the single minerals, plants and animals, we suspect that is behind them, which manifests from higher spiritual world. We suspect there's an essence of things. How little do we these days in modernity have this suspicion? How many people are provoked and trapped? Thank God the tradition survives. No type of Christian Hermeticism or esoteric or is just always part of the church. Thank God the church exists, because without it, there's anyone trying to establish something separate is doing something he shouldn't do, because he couldn't exist without the church to create the sacred ground that allows for the deepest look. And all I mean by esoteric is mystic. That's all I mean. And so, because people want to divide the church into John and Peter. No, it's a whole church. Monasticism, cathedral and monastery are not divided. But individuals can, through the grace of God, do the monastic practices themselves right now and still keep up their duties in the world and be motivated fundamentally by God, which is what we're talking about, which is what the fellowship's all about. And so let me just see if there's any chats. Any questions, any chats? and we'll keep our reading going. Yeah, okay. And so Alberta and Thomas still had an idea of the work of the mental spiritual on the bodily and its subsequent mirroring. If it had worked enough on the bodily, they had images of all that. Like I said, thus the idea developed. Oh yeah, I've said that already. If we consider the realms of nature with logical decomposition and with the greatest possible mental capacity, we get to that which the spiritual world has put into the realms of nature. Then, however, we have to understand the fact that we are in contact with the world by our senses. Then we turn away from the world. We keep that as memory, which we have taken up from the world. We look back remembering. There, only the universal like humanity appears to us. Sorry, we look back by remembering. There, only the universal like humanity appears to us in its inner conceptual figure. So that Albert and Thomas say, if you look back, if your soul reflects that to you, what it has experienced in the outside world, then the universalia live in your soul. Then you have universalia. You develop from all human beings whom you have met the concept of humanity. You could live generally only in earthly names if you remembered individual things only. While you do not at all live only in earthly names, you must experience universalia. There you have universalia post-res, after matter, universals that live after the things in the soul. While a human being turns his soul to the things, he does not have the same in his soul what he has after if he remembers it. But he is related to the things. He experiences the spiritual in the things. He translates it to himself only into the form of the universalia post-matter, post-res. While Albertus and Thomas suppose that the human being is related to something real when he is related to his surroundings by his intellectual capacities, so not only to that what the wolf is, because the eye sees it, the ear hears it, and so on. But because the human being can think about it, the type wolf develops. He experiences something that he grasps intellectually, abstractly, in the things that is also not completely absorbed in the sensory entities. He experiences the universalia in rebus, the universals in things. One cannot distinguish this easily because one normally thinks that which one has in his soul at last as a reflection is also the same in the things. No, it is not the same in the sense of Thomas Aquinas. What the human being experiences as an idea in his soul and explains with his mind to himself is that by which he experiences the real, the universal. So that the form of the universals after the things is different from that of the universals in the things, which then remain in the soul, but internally they are the same. There you have one of the scholastic concepts whose clearness one normally does not consider. The universals in the things and the universals after the things in the souls are, as regards content, the same, different only after their form. These are difficult. I should hopefully come to you over the course of listening to things. Then, however, something else is added. That which lives in the things, individualized, points to the intellectual world again. The contents are the same, which are in the things and after the things in the human soul, but they have different form. Again, in other form, but with the same contents, are the universalia ant res, the universals before the things. Say that again in other form, but with the same contents are the universalia ante res, before matter, which we were talking about earlier, weren't we? The universals before things, which is what's true. These are the universals as they are included in the divine mind and in the mind of the divine servants, the angeloi. That is true. Anyway, thus the immediate spiritual sensory, extrasensory. Or you could just say transcendent. Again, people don't like the word extrasensory because New Aginess made a lot of these words bad. Just transcendence best. So thus the immediate spiritual, sensory, transcendent view of ancient time changes into the views which were illustrated only just with sensory pictures, because one cannot even name that which one beholds in a transcendent way after the Areopagite if one wants to deal with it in its true figure. It has to be not experienced in any concept. One can only point to it and say, it is not all that which the outer things are. It's not at all. Sorry, it's not all that, or you could say not at all that which outer things are. Thus, that which presented itself as reality in the spiritual world to the ancient peoples becomes something for scholasticism about which just that astuteness of thinking has to decide. So they're experiencing it directly. It's being reflected on by the scholastics. But luckily, Thomas, at the end of his life, experiences it directly, because the only way to get to it is through what the Areopagite is talking about. Negative theology, the practices of mysticism actually allow the disclosure like the ancients experienced it. We have to do in our free coming to Christ, because we've gone through such a development that we don't have the gift of these automatic things anymore. The gift or the curse of automatic things. We now have to freely choose Christ and develop the Spirit, but thankfully there's a way. Thankfully, Thomas and people have gone before us to show, you'd want to get started earlier now on the day and night path at the same time. Use the scholastics, use these things as icons, not idols. And you can see the universals that are being talked about here. The Universalia ante res, before matter. Before, remember I mentioned earlier, Adama, there's translation in the Bible of dirt or clumps of dirt. There is a principle before that makes it quiver in the face and towards, to try harmonize with the breath that's breathed into us from the Elohim, from the Spirit. Matter has within it all the things of the world. You have a vital body, you have a psychological body. These things are granted, they're beneath the body, they're beneath the material. You don't recognize this breath of life. You don't have access to universals or Eden, which is at the depth of the psyche, the very middle of the wheel, you could call it. The depth of the psyche, you don't have access to that. But you can experience the breath of life, breath of love, the mystery of the breath, as I've got lectures on. And it's the most intimate, the most certain, because it's closer than your sense of touch in the world. You think this is close? No, closer than that. Closer than, in fact, your eyes are closed. What happens when I've talked about spiritual touch, it is because your will is pretty purified. You have appendages because of a will to touch the things and grasp the things of the world. When you develop your things away from the things of the world, the will that's underneath the hands, because your hands are still and your legs are still and you're in deep contemplation, where's the will go? Well, it requires also purification to a will to service, not a will, these will to grasp and will to advance at the expense of others that are the appendages, become a will to service of the divine. And it's only through that, this sense of touch actually goes beyond you and reaches out from the things of the surface world into the depths we've just been talking about. And that's spiritual touch. And so you experience it and it feels analogous to the same spiritual touch. It's actually, because your eyes are also closed, it is a touch that's sort of behind the eyes. Speaking of mysteries here, but maybe even too much about them. And so what time is it? Okay, we'll go for a bit longer because the reading is supposed to go for about an hour. So we'll go for a little bit longer and then we'll continue our walk onwards. We'll walk for another hour, view more of the sights. It's a bit more entertaining than sitting at a table. But hopefully the view makes it a bit more enjoyable. Makes the programming a bit better than better than just inside a studio lecturing. Too much content is like that these days. We got to walk, we got to get out, we got to speak live, risk, have courage, and pray for how to do such things. So let me have a little drink here. What I really need is a coffee, actually. Probably not. Can someone send me a coffee? Can someone bring me a coffee? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hold that. So, where were we? And so, like I said, the immediate spiritual transcendent view of the ancient time changes into the views which were illustrated only just with the sensory pictures, because one cannot even name that which one beholds in the extrasensory way after the Aryabhagite if one wants to deal with it in its true figure. One can only point to it and say it is not all that which the outer things are, which I've been saying all today, haven't I, if you're still watching, when we were walking around. He's incomparable to the things of the world. His only comparison is the I that you experience. So thus, that which presented itself as reality in the spiritual world to the ancient peoples becomes something for scholasticism, about which just that astuteness of thinking has to decide. One had brought down the problem that was once solved by beholding in the sphere of thinking of the ratio of rationality. He's talking about ancient thinking because thought was different in those days. This is the nature of the view of Thomas and Albert of high scholasticism. Oh, okay, so that's what they thought. It realizes above all that in its time the feeling of the human individuality culminates. It realizes all problems in their rational, logical figure. The scholastic thinking struggles with this figure of the world problems. With this struggle and thinking, scholasticism stands in the middle of the ecclesiastical life. On the one side is that of which one could believe in the 13th and the 12th centuries, that one has to gain it with the thinking, with the astute logic. On the other side were the traditional ecclesiastical dogmas, the religious contents. And so Steiner's believing that you can get at it by grasping. I don't know whether that's actually true, but that's what Steiner thinks. And so let us take an example how Thomas Aquinas bears a relation to both things. There he asks, can anyone prove the existence of God by logic? Yes, one can do it. He gives a range of proofs. One of them is, for example, that he says, we can only gain knowledge at first while we approach the universalia in rebus and look into the things. We cannot penetrate by beholding. This is a simply personal experience of this age into the spiritual world. Sorry, we cannot penetrate by beholding. This is simply a personal experience of this age into the spiritual world. We cannot penetrate by beholding into the spiritual world. That's the view of that's the personal experience of his age. We can thereby only penetrate with human forces into the spiritual world, that we become engrossed in the things, get out the universalia in rebus. Then one is able to conclude what is about these universalia ante res before. So he's saying you can confirm from looking at the things in memory what the universalia, you can abstract almost what they were or what they are divinely before they are matter. We see the world moved. A thing always moves the other because it itself is moved. We see the world moved. A thing always moves the other because it itself is moved. Thus we come from one moved thing to another moved thing. Every being has a being. Everything has a cause. Everything has a reason. Thus we must come from one moved thing to another moved thing, from this to another moved thing. This cannot go on endlessly, but we must come to the prime mover. If he were moved, however, we would have to look for another prime mover. We must come to an unmoved prime mover. With it, Thomas just reached, and Albert concluded in the same way, the Aristotelian unmoved mover, the first cause. The logic thinking is able to acknowledge God as an inevitable first being, as the inevitably unmoved prime mover. Because that's when we've been talking about that sort of all day. We're talking about justification. But that isn't the ultimate certainty through that. It can be, though, of course, an icon, like we've been saying. And so no such line of thought leads to Trinity. However, it is traditional. One can reach with the human thinking only so far that one tries whether the Trinity is preposterous. One can reach with human thinking only so far that one tries whether the Trinity is preposterous. I don't know, that's a bit of a hard sentence. I think that's a bad translation. There one finds it is not preposterous, but one cannot prove it. One can reach with the human thinking only so far that one tries whether the Trinity is preposterous. There one finds it is not preposterous, but one cannot prove it. One must believe it. One must accept it as contents up to which human intellectuality cannot rise. All right, I see. Thus, scholasticism faces the so important question at the time: how far can one reach with the human intellect? And that's such an important thing, is that you can we're facing the death of it at the moment. You can only get so far. And good, because fundamentally, at least in its modern mode, it's calculative and Wilsemacht. It's rebellious and usurper. It usurps in the Aristotelian mode. We just want it on a platter. We want to take. We don't let being be. We don't let being speak itself. We don't dissolve what we are. We want things to conform to us, not bow our heads first. Most unfortunate. It's something we have to overcome in ourselves. And as I said earlier, prostration's a great way. One thing that helps, one thing of many. Also praying for help with it. Humility, humility, humility. All these things are because of our disease, of our pride and arrogance. This deep desire for a self-referential, self-made will that only refers to itself and what is powerful, and to oppress everything else in the world, including nature, rather than to be like the Eldar of Warhammer, rather than to weave a garden of everything. We sort of end up with a contrast of city nature, where you see in Gothic structures you can bring the eternal in and have gardens and weave neither a city nor a jungle, neither a city nor a jungle, but a garden. A garden and a neo-Gothic building, for instance. And so, however, what the intellect can think. We'll just finish up this current thought and then we'll get moving. We've gone for about an hour now. Okay. So yes, like we were saying, scholasticism faces the so important question at that time: how far can human intellect reach? However, by the development of time, it was placed still in quite a special way in this problem, because other thinkers preceded. They had accepted something apparently quite absurd. They had said something could be theologically true and philosophically wrong. One can say flatly it can absolutely be that things were handed down dogmatically as, for example, the Trinity. If one contemplates then about the same question, one comes to the contrary result. It is possible that the intellect leads to other results than the religious contents. The other problem that the scholastics faced, the doctrine of double truth. It's a phenomenal truth, and it's that what comes from that is a lack of synthesis. Because there are higher order things won't necessarily be cohesive or be without contradiction on one level, but they actually transcend that level and then make sense. Anyway, these are difficult problems. Double truth. Both thinkers, Albert and Thomas, made a point harmonizing the religious contents and intellectual contents. Hence why the book Steiner's talking about is called Redemption of Thinking. Searching no contradiction between what the intellect can think, indeed, only up to a certain limit, and the religious contents. However, what the intellect can think must not be contradictory to religious contents. The religious contents must not be contradictory to the intellect. Well, I don't know if that's Steiner saying that. That might not necessarily be true. Well, no, I think ultimately it makes sense. But you just have to, there's a synthesis that occurs that we get a higher order understanding of things, especially when you link mysticism to what's going on. Knowledge is more holistic when the vertical is included on the horizontal. You can see how the world is multifaceted. When we lay out a propositional superstructure, it's usually one interpretation on its own. And so there are ways of linking between ideas that will then become clear that they're not contradictory. But that requires real sage work. Hermeticism, Christian Hermeticism, basically, is what that is. And so this was radical in those days, because the majority of the leading church authorities adhered to the doctrine of double truth, that on one side the human being must simply think something reasonable as regards content in one figure, and the religious contents can give him it in another figure. He has to live with those two figures of truth. I believe that one could get a feeling for historical development if one thought that people were, with all their soul forces in such problems a few centuries ago. Since these things still echo in our times, we still live in these problems. Tomorrow we want to discuss how we live in these problems. Today I wanted to characterize the nature of Thomism generally in such a way as it lived at the time. The main problem of Albert and Thomas was, how do the intellectual concepts of the human being relate to religious contents? First, how can one understand what the church specifies as faith? Secondly, how can one defend it against that which is opposed to it? Albert and Thomas were very much concerned with it, since in Europe that did not live exclusively with, since in Europe that did not live exclusively, which I have characterized, but there were still other views. With the propagation of Islam, other views still asserted themselves in Europe. Something of Manichaean views had remained in Europe. However, there was also the doctrine. Okay, I think we'll bring that to a close on this reading of Rudolf Steiner, but what's being talked about there is Thomas is dealing with, there's Aristotle in Islam, and I think there were ingressions from that or attacks from there, and he was clearly saying, no. Through thinking we can show that this is the true religion. And so that's where Steiner is getting to. But I think we've there's some good explorations there of the universalia and the chief problem that is being experienced in that age. Is there something anterior in the things that's actually guiding evolution, that leads things to their ideal, that keeps things to their species, that actually is part of the development? Is there something anterior? Is there a universal? Because we notice in the things that there's wolf, there's a category of wolf, right? The species, are there species outside time? Yes, we also explored briefly. We also explored briefly that which Plato also believes. We explored the idea that there's a guiding principle that leads things to their ideal. And who is that? Who is that, friends? Our beloved Lord. Or as the French thinker Chardin, I think his name is, or Pierre de Chardin. Pierre de Chardin. I think that's how you say it with a French accent. Pierre de Chardin. The omega point. It's not just the principle of the war of all against all. There is a collaborative, cooperative, what is it? It's love. He is the ultimate particular and the ultimate universal, the cosmic logos and the incarnated perfect man, the particular of particulars. He solves the problem that we've just been talking about, the nominalism and the universal. Is there this place of the real that has these archetypes, or is it just the particulars? Well, it's both. He's the ultimate person, personalizing force. He is love at the ground of reality. He loves you and knows what's best for you and wants the best for you. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. So let's continue our walk, friends. Maybe you'll find this more entertaining. And we're going to continue our walk down to the coastline further down our road in North Head. I'm going to have a chat and then we'll end up. It'd be nice to get a coffee though before we leave. Ooh, so bear with me a moment. We'll see if there's a store open or something that we can grab one. Oh, we have some chats. The wizard says good morning from South Africa. How are you all doing? David Walker says, packing this evening for a big trip here in LA. Travel safe, David. I'm glad. Nice to see you fellas and ladies talking to each other in the chat. Someone seems to be going in the desert. He's going to Burning Man with a friend, first time as well, praying for protection. Pray for our friend for protection at Burning Man. There is an Orthodox camp there that is there, I hope, to connect with, says David Walker. Be safe, bye all, got work to do. All right, David, well, why are you going to, I can't believe there's an Orthodox tent at Burning Man, how interesting. But I'm surprised you're going to such a thing. I mean, that's, well, I don't know, I actually don't know much about Burning Man, I've just heard the internet stories about it. But let me check to see, maybe we can get, it looks like there's a cafe and bar. Oh, that's a long way away though. Let me see what we've got here. Views Restaurant might be open. No, it's closed. All right, we're gonna have to go without caffeine. Although Bella Vista Manly closes 5 p.m. Perfect, that's where we're going. There is a cafe that we're gonna go to. Perfect. All right. It involves walking back the way we came. Perfect, friends. off we go. Well, that's been good. I hope that reading was interesting. Let us continue. And how wonderful that we've also solved this colour issue we've had this whole time. Sloshy feet. There we are. Nice wide view. Much better. Lovely. How's that? Whoa. It is nice when you have a cloudy day. You get this cascading light over the ocean, which itself even is a great metaphor, like I talked about last week, of the spirit across the dark waters, the native wind, like a hen over its eggs, that warmth, uncreated though. Warmth is a good way of putting it because it's unseen. That truth, that breath of the real, that breath of serenity, that in-breath and out-breath, that respiration at the ground of everything. We are breathed out by Him, by He who is. At least at our essence we are, in terms of the image that we are. I mean, we mostly experience what we are, we're the non-likeness, and we must transform the likeness the non-likeness into the likeness. What is that? Purification, illumination, union is that. We move towards, well, and also collaboration with His image in us. And who does that mediating? Who helps us with that? The angeloi. To deny the angeloi and pray. Think of your angeloi when you have problems. He's there to help you. It's a tragedy. He's there to give you the faculties because of the warping of the non-likeness that you are, because you're non-like to Him. He makes up for that to the degree which you're not like the Lord. The degree that you become more like the Lord, that angel is exchanged for an angel higher in the hierarchy. And you have a mission then, something to do that is useful first to a group, that's an archangel. That's when you've gone through a certain degree of purification, something that can help a group, a nation, a fellowship, an archangel. Well then, and then what does that mean? It means you also have the faculties of that angel that are gone. And so what is that? It means you've developed in the spirit enough to talk. It means the essential faculties I've been talking about. What are they? What does that mean? It means, well, you've been granted wings. Your angel, your guardian angel leaves because he leaves to go somewhere else and help someone else. He was a mediator between you, the non-likeness, to help you transform into the likeness. A mediator between the image. And what happens in that? Wow, so much. You then have wings. Oh my God, wings, what's he talking about? Silly. Is it? Oh wait, is this the right way? Let me look. Wings. This is the wrong way actually. Okay. I'll tell you in a moment. I'll tell you. Yeah, wrong way. Next right turn. Wings. Wow. Like I said earlier, you have arms and legs. You don't have a will because you have arms and legs. You have arms, legs, tentacles, whatever. interacts with the world, they are there because of a will to grasp that's more fundamental than the things. I think water might have got my shoe, damn it. Because of a will to grasp and to advance, to begin with, at the expense of others. You have those appendages because of that will. Damn, water got my shoe. Son of a bitch. You have, who cares? Whatever. Is that a river? Oh wow, it is. Must be a reservoir or something. I didn't think there was any rivers here. Yeah, it looks like a reservoir tank. And so, wings. And so what happens in contemplation, your arms in deep contemplation, looking away from the things of the world that the will usually wants to grasp and take, the things of the world, right? Well, you're no longer subordinated to the things of the world, and you begin to look inward, don't you? In your depth practices, in your prayers. And the will is then somewhere else. And also, eventually, is that sense of touch. And so that will becomes wings. And what the 5 dark currents of the will transform to a will to service, but that means that they turn into, instead of a faculty for action in the world, they become sensory. You begin to experience He who is, spiritual touch, and other things, in understanding, in a knowing, in a gnosis, and then miraculously, participatory miraculous or sacred magic, being a know-how, but also directly in the mystery of the blood and the mystery of the breath, you experience grace, movement, which you collaboratively act with by allowing, say with the breath, speeding up of the breath, but also even His yoke is easy, praying for grace and having a will. You could lower your will, and that will is a push from behind, let's say. And so how are wings granted though? These wings of the will. They're not physical things. You don't bat them on the air. They're currents, you could call it, of the unconscious. Currents of vital body and the psychological body. Can't be done by you alone. Effort and grace. So what does that mean? What do we do? There's a book called, a big part of what we do, of course, is everything I talk about, purification, elimination, union, but a big key practice is this praying unceasingly. What's that? How do we do that? How do these wings get granted? Well, as we talk about, you can't pray unceasingly in the conscious, can you? You can pray almost unceasingly with the Jesus prayer, which is this whole reason for being, in collaboration with the breath. And this is what the book Way of the Pilgrim is about. It's about just a regular peasant who reads about St. Paul's praying unceasingly and decides to go walking on a pilgrimage like our great friend Bram is on right now. And he goes from sage to sage asking about this and how, and is given advice. And praying the Jesus prayer is what he does. And so what's happening there? Well, as we talk about, here's a quote from the Philokalia, and that book quotes the Philokalia. This is a very old source of the awakening of the heart and of Russian spirituality. What do we do? What does the Philokalia say? Combine watchfulness, attention, with the breath and the name of Jesus. Wow, okay. So what do we do? Let's get that a bit more. Let's talk about what we do. It is nothing more than this. Wow, there's a lot in it. as we talk about so often, we're walking right now. Automatically, my breath, I would be off in thoughts, whatnot. While you're walking, you're just breathing. Don't control the breath. Bring your attention gently to your diaphragm, your breathing, from the belly breath, automatic breath, just gently. And as the in and out, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. In and out. Your attention, your watchfulness combined with that diaphragm and the name of Jesus. The speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind is determined by the automatic breathing. This is the start of the mystery of breath that we've been talking about. Say if you're doing, you're supposed to do this in your morning practice of concentration without effort. Anyway, if it's the very beginning, you could slow your breath down on purpose, just as you're beginning. But this isn't an exercise. You're not controlling at all the speed of your breath. Naturally, it'll begin to relax and slow down as you're praying into harmony with the soul. And eventually, what occurs through this is, of course, you're establishing a current, but it has to be granted on his side too, of course. But of course, you're praying to him, accepted him. You're hopefully forgiving everyone that's wronged you as it comes up, as we talk about. But we're talking about the Jesus prayer fundamentally. And so you're doing this as often as possible. Doing this on your walks. There's no reason just to let your mind wander on your walks. Sorry about the sound of this mic if it's probably quite noisy. But you're doing this on your walks as much as possible. As the pilgrim experiences, it establishes a praying unceasingly in these deeper layers of your being. You can't do it consciously 24/7, but you can do it for a hell of a long time and enough for it to be eventually be praying unceasingly. And what is granted by the Lord through that are these wings. And the pilgrim talks about the experience of that he faces of waking up hearing in as his heart beats and his breath is going. He just hears the Jesus prayer in his mind going. The heart is doing it. Because you are closest to these unconscious places when you first awake. And he noticed that. Also, another thing which I've experienced this and often do, is there's like a little pain in the heart. It's like a minor little pain in the heart that people might notice. It's not like a heart attack pain. It's like it's like a feeling, really, physical feeling. And so these are just phenomenologies, but they speak to something that comes about, which is the mystery of blood, which I won't go into too much. But Jesus certainly enters the respiratory system of the blood. I'm not going to go into it more than that. He enters your being. But the mystery of the breath, you get so used to that eventually it's not just the speed of the soul calmly breathing in and out, but something beyond it. The angeloi, the Lord, choose the speed of your breathing. So because there's a harmony, there's a natural slow breathing. And I am sure that it's the case, of course, with that quote of the Filiocalia that they experience the same thing. And you're not controlling it at all. It's by a will beyond yours. And you're in a passive active state and you're doing a concentration without effort. Because you've been doing the Jesus prayer and have established a praying unceasingly through those wings we've been talking about, you experience the grace of the breath and speeding up and sometimes slowing down. But the first thing is the establishing of wings. You then have wings. But all that really is that you can basically, it's always up to, it's up to the Lord, of course. But he does it every time you go to look towards him. You eventually become to be able to experience the experience of walking with God, always. No one can take that feeling away from you then. And so, It's something that's very real, that you can wish and act first, and then the Lord will grant. It's obviously spoken a bit about like a technique. It is also collaborative, so it involves you accepting him and realizing, but you have to deeply realize it's him. You have to deeply realize that this will to power in modernity that we're brought up with, that we can't just bring it about with our will. And you get that over time, but sometimes it might have to involve a deep suffering where you know, for me, I remember originally trying to bring about an ecstasy, out-of-bodiness, or a death of the intellect in deep concentration practice. And it took me realizing that I don't know the way. And so in your deep practice, maybe you'll go through the same thing in suffering and in fear, because I was in fear of this death of the intellect, because it is a death, right? And it was only after coming to this end of my tether, I don't know the way. I'm afraid, Lord, I said to him in the depth of my practice, because I was afraid. Because these things take courage when you look into the depths of things as well. And I was afraid and I was lost and broken, I said. Show me the way. Lord, I don't know the way. I'm lost and broken. Sometimes you have to be and go through that. There's maturity of the soul in that. But it was only after I had given that up that I could do it, which sometimes is just very deep down there, because you can say as a proposition, I know that I can't do it, but sometimes it's deep down there that you think you can. There's that will to power, but you got to be broken sometimes. And it was in that moment that I experienced an ecstasy, an out-of-bodiness. This was quite early on. And anyway, I just thought it's a relevant story to this idea that you can do it yourself. Yeah, this yogi idea. The ways of former ages are not appropriate now the master has resurrected. And so here we are. I think we're coming up to a cafe now. But that's wings, my friends. We can have wings. Saints all have wings. Saints, St. John of the Cross, Francis of Assisi, I believe. He has the wings of an the wings of a seraphim with what he went through. And St. John of the Cross actually describes his experience. That is the experience of the stigmata, can be internal and external. But that signifies his guardian, Angeloi, is now a seraphim. He has a mission for divine humanity. And exousiai, a power, is below that. That means someone has a mission for humanity, not divine humanity. But what that means is that your transformation in this process, the transformation that happens to saints, is an experience in the now of the kingdom of heaven, because it's available now, it's at hand, but it's an experience that collective humanity will one day fully be realized as the kingdom of heaven on earth. So all the saints experience the future. They are the future. They become the future state in an individual that is going to be one day collective, basically after the apocalypse. Perhaps just before, isn't there a period of, I can't exactly remember, after the apocalypse, I think. But yeah, at the end of time, they are experiencing the future of what is going to be. They are the future. And so actually, that's what a mystic is, an authentic mystic. And you have to fundamentally recognize, if you're doing these practices, that you are dealing with the spirit in the sense that I am not just in the figments of my mind. That's obviously becomes very apparent. Using the epistemic principle, the criterion for truth, always evaluating and discerning. But I'm not interacting. I am interacting with the spiritual in the same world as the tradition and the people that have in the past, as the saints do and such. Of course, you're always a sinner, but You have to recognize you are and accept that you are. We're all called to be that. You're always a sinner, and you always believe you're a sinner, of course. But you have to accept that you're in that world. You can't. You have to be a bit presumptuous in the sense of wanting to go towards the Lord, that it is possible. So here we are. Wow, you can see a bit of North Head here. We'll walk down there next. I'm going to get some coffee. But you can see that is, my friends, the Pacific Ocean. We'll go down there in a moment. Hopefully we can grab a Coca-Cola from here. I'm hoping. I'll just put you guys back on my soldier down here. As we go in, excuse me, little man.
Hello.
Hi. You guys do takeaway coffee?
Yeah, absolutely. The lovely Enrico Ranson will gladly take your order. I will.
Right. Excellent. Can I please have an espresso and a Coke Zero as well?
Coke Zero?
Yeah.
Start here, right?
Takeaway.
Takeaway.
Thanks. Might just pay cash.
Cash?
Yeah. Oops.
10.45.
No worries. There we are. Thanks, man. Right.
But they have the glasses.
Just be a moment, friends. Oh, that's all right. I'll just have it as is. Thank you. Thanks. That's better. All right. Let's continue. Where can I put this? Hang on. Give me a moment. don't even know if that'll fit. Might be. Maybe. There we are. It does. I'll have some of that later. Alright. Sorry for the boredom, everyone. We will find a place for this. Can. And be on our way. Okay. Bang. Let's go. Woo! That's a cool emergence. Let me just get that. Make sure it's all still working as well. Appears to be. We'll get back to our talk in a moment, friends. Just want to double check it's all coming through. David Walker says, no psychedelics or orgy tents for me. He was talking about earlier going to Burning Man. Good, everything's coming through cool, nice and clear. All right, let's do this. I can't believe that, how interesting. There's a spirit of Seraphim Rose in that, in the fact that there's an Orthodox tent at Burning Man, meaning he's reaching out or making it still possible for people that were in his position in California to, like he went and visited the religious class, I think that he used to be a member of, he taught at, like some ancient being emerging from the forest in his traditional, to give them the true spirit, the true royal path. And how incredible is that? Look at that. Now, rather than being on the cove as we were before, we are on the edge of the Pacific Ocean. You can see the raging waters of the Pacific Ocean, and how utterly incognito they are. Terra Australis incognito, as this place used to be called. How utterly alien, how utterly away is this place. There's a whole unknown there be dragons ocean that no one knew there was anything here. And back in Thomas Aquinas' time, it was just this incognito land in the south. I guess nevertheless there was an intuition that it's here. And it has that wildness to us. Look at these cliff edges, you see. Here Europeans sailed and found this craggy, epic, and it's always like this, it's pretty rarely still. Windy on North Head. These are barriers that protect the harbour, as you can see. Incredible. Just an incredible, stark, prehistoric, almost landscape. And look at this fauna. This is what it was. It's just these dry, faded green trees at this part of Australia anyway. In a deep unknown, in a deep southern place where it was just endless, dangerous ocean and hell on the way there. What they had to go through if they're not the captain on the way down here. The sea was, God, there's a metaphor in the sea, is that we are actually surrounded by that cosmic forces, just like the apostles deal with on the boat. You actually have to go through that in this process. You have to face with only the Lord to help you the cosmic forces of the Zermatt on the way out. And often that can be experienced at night time in dreams, upset dreams. You have to be courageous. And again, this is true of the temptations you face as you're going up. It begins with the temptations of the body, but when I was going through it, I didn't know what the hell was going on. But it was, in that withdrawal, you have to do that. as you're truly converted to him. And you have to have courage in facing those cosmic forces that are like the sea as the apostles go through. It's a metaphor for what happens at nighttime. And what do you do when you face that? And Nietzsche, when he looked to the ground of being, experienced a similar thing. But he embraced those subconscious cosmic forces that have a gravity and have an electricity to them, phenomenologically experienced, have a power to them that can confuse and deceive, often pagans, confuse and deceive those who don't recognize that just because it's numinous doesn't mean it's true. Something can appear real as an object. Sending here, a throwing here is what object means. The ject part of the object word means throw. But thankfully there's a whole tradition in the saints that help us discern the truth of these things. And so, when facing those cosmic forces, we know it is written. Because part of those cosmic forces are the temptations also that rise in a smaller way. He can't hurt you though. The fallen hierarchies they can scare you, but with the Lord, they can't hurt you. They can't do anything. They're only allowed by law, divine law to, at least eternally, they're only allowed to tempt you, to scare you with their power. So you feel things, yes, but they can't ultimately hurt you, especially if you pray to the Lord. And what do we do? Of course, that's what we do. Oh yes, I'll go down this road actually. And so if you're ever in that experience, and dreams or whatever, things that might frighten you, just drop into the breath, pray the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord's Prayer. The Lord has overcome everything. There's nothing to fear. He'll lift you over those cosmic waters. They're like this shaking sea. He walks on those waters. Amen. It's certainly true. But we fundamentally have to decide, will we only go to church on Sundays? Will we be like the multitude? Or will we fundamentally reorient everything? Will we do the prostrations? Will we do the mourning? Will we do our holy hour in the morning? Will we do our prayer rule? Will we eat the food like the multitude, or will we go once we're fed back to the false gods of existence, or will we? Or will we look deeper, or will we reorient? Will we be subject to the forces of the cosmic forces we've been talking about? Or will we make them subject to everything? Because he is miraculous fundamentally, and the realization of that is also realizing that he'll feed you. That this fear, as the Lord says, the birds and the bees don't worry for where the food's coming from. He'll provide for you. But you also have to get comfortable and surrender the things that you desire first. And that could also mean living simpler. But he'll provide for you. That's difficult. But it's something that becomes easier. But he will, because he is fundamentally Natura naturans, he's outside, free nature. He's the eternal. He is a causeless cause. Our personal and beloved Lord, he miraculously creates ex nihilo. That's what a miracle is. Sacred, miraculous, participatory miraculous as well. But it requires your participation. He doesn't just do things, like we said before, in the sense of, because of your freedom. This is all about your freedom. He doesn't violate your freedom by saying, atheists, here I am. Communists, I'm real. That's what Jays want. Jays want, the Jay tendency is to worship the power of God above all else. But he's the love, God of love. And there's a Greek tendency, which is to worship above all the wisdom of God, the system of God. And so that's fundamentally about freedom. If you go through the transformation of heart, the change of heart, I mean, that's something fundamental, man. It's not just this changing your mind. It's transformation of being that starts with action. It's transformation of being and life. Begins with action, begins with this exodus into, look, I mean, no greater a metaphor. Look at this. This is wilderness. Australian trees like that. They have to be burnt off for new life to come. That's a big thing in Australia with the plants. At a certain time, a fire must come through. And you can see how, look at these craggly trees. Look how rugged the landscape it is and the trees are. Rugged. Inhospitable, apart from the beaches. But turned very much into a garden. Probably with providential guidance. Whoa, there goes my hat. There we are. By providential design, a lot of it, I would say. There's a lot of truth in some of those images you see of American, Columbia, as she's hovering over the landscape as the construction. Although a lot of it's will to power, let's be fair. With the technology, America is really a degenerate place. Worse than here, even though there's a call to a 90s liberalism, which is really what Trump is. Not all Americans, of course, but it is Babel. But there's also great hope there. There is hope in that city. There is a great Orthodox emergence, authentic faith. But most of America is that Wilsemacht. And it's crystallized and dead. But then part of the greatest danger is it is a false spirituality, isn't it? That's what Seraphim Rose dealt with. That's what all Burning Man is based on. And so really the Orthodox do need to be at Burning Man. They do need to be there to show that just because it's numinous, just because it's bears power or a dark electrical gravity, which you could call, okay, that's a phenomenology of what the experience is like of these cosmic forces, an electrical gravity. Polemical though, generating by its nature, intrinsically generating fear. Which in a way, you could say a bit of that is experienced when you haven't purified yourself, if you're experiencing the sword of the cherubim. They're swords of love. Ooh, I'm getting sprayed by water here. That's all the way down from the waves hitting. I think that's waves hitting there. It's got to be, right? Yeah. Wow. That's water, salt water from waves hitting the rugged coast. That's how savage it is. Let's see how far this goes. I'm not sure I really want to go this whole way. Let me just check, friends. I think we can turn left at some point. Where are we? Oh, that's where we are. It does go in a loop. I just don't know whether I want to walk the whole way. I'm going to go back. It just goes, it's just more of this. It's more of this coastal water. There's no city to see in the background. But we'll go back. Ooh. Definitely windy out here. It's super cool. There's the savage Pacific. Really, when I was over last week, we went over, or the week before that, we were over at Watson's Bay, which you can see is just there. And at night, you can see how there's the inner coast, right? You can see the inner coast of Sydney there with the harbour. We were over the other side in the calm cove, but there's only a really thin bit of land between that calm cove and this savage Pacific, right? And at that night, it was very windy. And this savage breaking of water at night, walking from that lit cove, really just shows you at the edges of what is civilized that we've got this comfort we've created is a savage thing that can undo it in a second. So you look at, look, we've put barriers up everywhere that are safe from the edges of the cliffs over time, right? We saw with the emergence of woke things, even of when you import a lot of other cultures that are alien to us into the country. Like riots, you see riots. I remember this clip of this African dude who sawed down a pole. He sawed down a pole in France in a big riot there. And suddenly that pole collapsed on him. It was like a big pole that, a light pole. But there are savage forces behind the things that we've erected as well. Not only the savageness right on the edges of the border, but we get so comfortable in modernity that people get deluded. They walk to the edge of something and very quickly they're dead because they don't realize the forces that are held back. They might go wandering over to the edge, right? Whatever. Thinking that the world, because so much of what we've done has padded things. We've padded things to make them comfortable and less dangerous, which is good. But it's also deluded us into the thing that's right on the edge of it that will reap havoc on us if we just let things slide. In some ways that's good. We need a bit of a flood at the moment. We need a bit of that. But anyway, that starkly showed me at night, is that in this night, just looking out into this chaos of the chaotic waters and recognizing that you've got this interior harbour that's safe, but right on the edges of it is that. And that's just that's just forces of nature. You've got the whole depth. You've got demons, friends. It's a very real thing. If you think they're not real, if you don't see them, it means that you're already in their grasp. They don't bother with the regular modern because he's already provoked by them. He's already worships money. He already worships comfort and the false gods of existence. They don't bother with you. But it's only when you start going to the depths that you have to actually face them and actually experience them as well. No salvation without temptation. No salvation without temptation. But yeah, it's so true. The only reason you don't see them is because you're in their grasp. If you're not being tempted, then then they're not. They're there already, but you're already in provoking of them. Of course, that just comes in thoughts. That's what the whole morning practice is about, isn't it? It's about that. It's so many things in one, that holy hour. So many things in one, that concentration without effort in prayer, praying the Jesus prayer. Every resistance of a temptation is expressed in the archetype of the master when he withdraws into a wilderness like this, let's say, into the desert. You do that. You do an exodus. It's necessary to get away from the things of the world and the people of the world. Even basically, you can do it anywhere in your morning practice. And in that, the thoughts come to you, and you just think they're normal thoughts to begin with, don't you? You think, oh, great idea. Oh, I should stop and do that. Oh, I better get back to work. Oh, I better do this, I better do that. Who's saying that? Demons. Once you've set your practice, never change the time of it while you're in it. You can change it after. Any thought that comes to you, just no. Think no to it and return. The concentration, return to the prayer. But don't get pissed. Do not bother reacting. It's in the reaction as in the Lutheran throwing the inkpot of the devil. It's in the reaction that we actually participate in a bit. Don't be frustrated by it. It's just something we deal with. But recognize it's the practice. Recognize, in a sense, it's a good thing. They're not good, but it's good because it's part of the practice to know it, to think no and resist it. But the knowing really helps, and it becomes something that's almost automatic. It's quite amazing. So say you're fasting at night, you're so used to doing that knowing that sometimes you even recognize a thought is not good, it's from somewhere else, and you've already known it before it's even given form as a thought. And you even recognize, you start to get better and better at just recognizing the emergence of the very speaking of thoughts in your mind. Quite amazing. And the no has already been said in the mind. That's how wonderful that morning practice is. But understand, friends, that the practice isn't just a concentration, that's part of it. Isn't just the Jesus prayers and all these things. It's also, there's no salvation without temptation. Literally, the knowing and resistance of the thought, in any way, it'll be different types of thought that come to you first. It might be this type, usually fitting in with the different archetypes of Christ, the Christ faces, will to power, experiment, doubt, these things. And it sounds like your voice. It's not you. It sounds like your voice. It's not you. You've got to get that through your head. You have to surrender the exclusive rights of the thoughts that come to you to even begin to experience this stuff as well. If you want to have true inspiration, you have to actually get used to, slowly, little by little, surrendering this idea of your exclusive rights to the thinking that comes to you. Only then can you actually begin to realize, obviously always confirmed with the epistemic principle and asking what's true and if that was you, Lord, or whatnot. Again, you've got this whole tradition to help you confirm what's true, but also intuition and the epistemic principle we talk about. But as we, that's something that a lot of Protestant sects don't have. You see a lot of them just accepting what is joyous. Now you've got to confirm it's true as well, because some things can be joyous and not true. And so basically, how wonderful though, the actual experience of the practice is that resistance of the temptation. And after what happens to the Lord after the temptation? He's visited by the angeloi. And so you'll begin to recognize that. After you've knowed the thoughts in the depth of practice, you might experience something after you've resisted. And so there is a action of will, or a vital action, that from the resistance of the temptation, then the Lord and his angeloi can then act in you and will act in you through that. Of course, it's effort and grace. It's not some automatic process that's brought about. But it very much occurs like that. If you do this, the Lord will do that. If you're following the tradition and doing what needs to happen, he'll do that. But you just got to recognize, of course. You'll even be tempted in isolation to think, it's just psychological. But of course, you'll evaluate that later in the holistic understanding and recognize that's just bullshit. It was a temptation at the time to try disturb you from your practice. Then you examine it in the full light of day. some thought in isolation can seem like that. But of course, you examine it with your epistemic principle in mind and you go, oh, what nonsense. It's just psychological. Or whatever other idol that we've erected as some scientific theory or scientism, which is never either factual. It just abstracts based on the facts and fills in the gaps based on what the predilection of the person usually is. Hence all the incredible multitude of interpretations of quantum mechanics that we see from scientism, almost ridiculously. So, yeah. Ooh, funny. And so where are we here? As we make our way back. Should we go down here? Is there anything worth seeing down there? Maybe we can quickly go to the bathroom. I reckon that's smart. Then we'll make it to the whole end of the stream. Yes, let's go to these bathrooms. I'll stream my bathroom live. No. Well, of course, disconnect the camera. But Burning Man, eh? Orthodox tent at Burning Man. People might go, oh, that's a bit... Actually, I think that's wonderful. I think that's like having a medical tent at Burning Man. It's a spiritual tent saying, guys, those drugs are since that Orthodox tent is probably single-handedly saving people from demon possession from all the LSD they're doing at Burning Man. God, man, that's actually really important. I think that's a great thing. Wow. Super cool. Yeah, wow. I might tell some people about that. I just think that's really cool. At first, my reaction was, oh, you're going to Burning Man? But no, I think, well, I mean, I don't think the music's going to be good to be around. But I think going there to help people and protect them from the dark is definitely good. But where's this bathroom? Where's this bathroom? Where's the bathroom? Oh, might be back there, I guess. Huh. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It might be that cafe where what did that sign say? Sorry, give me a moment, friends. We'll be back to our talking soon enough. Not bad. It's not bad that I can talk all this time. You got to give me some time to work stuff out. I can't talk the whole time. I thought it said toilet that way, but maybe it wasn't. Surely they don't just let you use their toilet, though. No, it says North Fort, this way. Okay. There'll be a toilet up here, apparently. Oh, 35 meters on the right. I didn't even read it. I am silly Billy. Wow. That's what we're saying. What we're saying. Like I said, friends, if you want to talk about any videos, we're going to be, after we go to the bathroom, finding somewhere to bring our computer out. I'm going to put that computer on. Also, if you're in the fellowship, feel free to join at scottmannion.com/fellowship. And you can actually speak on the stream. If you want to talk about anything in particular, I'll log onto the Discord and we can include that in the streams. New part of the segment I want to try. But there very well may not be people in the fellowship who are online who want to speak at the moment. I might actually recruit some people, friends that hopefully, I mean, a lot of them are international, so they're not always awake at this time, unfortunately, but there's a pretty bird. So it might not be suitable. Either he's hiding a leg or he's only got one. Wow. Yeah, so feel free to send through any videos because I forgot to pick a particular video to react to, but I'm sure there'll be something we can talk about. I mean, one thing is being very careful about how we talk about it. The political how the political takes over certain Catholics, and it's not an ingression. It can achieve good, but itself isn't good, and it isn't a ingression from the Lord. Is that the toilet back there? I think that's the toilet. It did say 35 meters. I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, so we've got to be careful. The will to power can then be the thing that subjects the Christian. And so he ends up actually worshipping the political process and the Wilsum Act and his desire to take over power, rather than actually following providence, which requires you withdrawal. And a lot of the time when you're in politics, you're not taking enough time. You're not giving that hour in the morning to be able to discern what his will is for you to do. Of course, Christians are supposed to participate in this process, but it needs to be resisting the spirit of the times. It needs to be as an ingression from him, so he can rule through us. Not so we can be in the guise of that and not actually be Christians fundamentally. We're actually worshipping something else and calling ourselves that, which I think is true of a lot. But I'm going to unplug this for now, friends, and go to the bathroom. Okay. Observation platform. We're going to find a place to sit now. We should be back though. Observation platform, defence of Sydney Monument, Memorial Walk. How long though? How long? How long? Okay. Let's have a look, shall we? I mean, there might be more down here. Let's have a quick look. Okay. Hopefully we're still coming through here nice and clear, friends. I'll just check on that again. Have a little look-see. Yes, we are. Good news. Okay. Okay. maybe we'll get a little spot here. Hopefully. We can sit down and do our segment. Kind of need a table though. This is very nice here though. Yeah, we have to have a table. Let's have a look, let's have more of a look around here. We can talk while we go. Okay. Hope that's been informative today. It's been a pleasure so far talking. What were we talking about? Yeah, we've been on that subject of the native wind today. The native wind. There's nothing more native than he who is. He's not outside, he's not foreign. I mean, he is foreign fundamentally because he's not of existence, but neither are we. So he's actually, truly, he's only foreign to you if you worship existence. If you're provoked by the beings of the world. But when you see him, he'll recognize he is native. The sheep recognize him, who are the shepherd. Because you are a sheep, whether you acknowledge him or not, you are one of his sheep. And you know him. You know him by his works, but also the sheep know what the sheep is. Sorry, what the shepherd is. They know them fundamentally deep in their being, and you'll recognize he is a native wind from that. Maybe we'll go back to the station we were at before, because we can sit down there as sunset begins. And that, what a wonderful time it is. If you are experiencing and some are, in the fellowship, the mystery of the breath, sunset, sunrise, and complete nighttime are a wonderful archetypes of the Lord, right? Archetypes are a miracle, a time for sunset is him fundamentally as well. And so to do the practice that we speak about at that time, at sunset or sunrise or deep in the night, nothing else to say other than with the mystery, in contact with or in union with the mystical, in union with the mystery of the breath and the grace in the breath that we're talking about, doing your concentration without effort practice, as Valentin Tomberg talks about in his great book, The Lazarus Come Forth, doing it at sunset and sunrise and at night is an opportunity. Any time of the day, there's something going on, that Christ dies and is resurrected in the sunset and in the sunrise. And so if you do the practice at that time, the imprint of the Trinity in the depth of the soul can occur. So it is a very special and unique time, and that's why I actually do my practices as well. The morning is after sunrise, of course, but thankfully I just discovered this in the process of it. Thankfully I come home, and on the way home I do prayer in the middle of the day and also at the end of the day. And so I go to a church and do my prayers there. In solitude, of course. It's in solitude. And that happens, I'm very thankful for, at sunset. And because of that sunset, And because it isn't at a different time, I know exactly what Valentin is talking about, is that mysteries reveal themselves and you experience in a direct and intimate way it's because I'm doing the practice throughout the day, right? But things happen at that time that don't happen at other times during the day. Yeah. When the sun sets, the Lord is, in a sense, dying and then resurrecting in the morning. His remembrance, his being is real now. Cosmic Christ is there to find. And things he does align with what's occurring in sunset and sunrise. So it's, I don't know how else to put it, that cosmically he's there in the way, the day and the moon. I mean, we get so in the mode of scientism, but no, the stars and the sun were created in the 7 days as it's specified. I'm going to do a lecture on how that aligns with the scientific fact, and it does. But that happened. And you notice it mystically. That's how wonderful it is to do this stuff, because you fundamentally see the truth behind that. Not just asserted as a proposition, a sort of separated faith, but seeing the essence of things, seeing the truth displayed as a fact of experience. And so we might maybe just sit outside this cafe and do our segment then. What time is it? Probably getting close to 4 p.m. now. Yes, 1 hour to go, friends. We might find a table if there's no one around, or we'll walk back to the quarantine station we were at before. What a day it's been though. I've really enjoyed it. But yes, that mystic contact. Remember what we talk about. We can do a lot of abstracting, even talking about theology, and not actually having the intimate contact and true contact through the other way that Dionysus talks about, through the negative theology, through getting away from ideas to find he who is. I wonder if this will be too windy up here. Probably not. I reckon this will be all right. I reckon we're going to do it up here. We're going to do it up here, friends. I reckon that'll be a good view up here. I hope. What of you? What of you? Here's our table. Yes, this will be good. Hopefully not too windy. Might be too windy, but we're going to do it. Or maybe it will be too windy. I can check that, actually. I'm going to check it on my phone into my earphones to see how windy this is. But what were we saying? Getting out of the ideas towards the things themselves, right? Towards the essence of things. Let me check this. They got Scott. What? Who got Scott? Oh, the plane. Yeah, they found me. That seems okay. Sorry, I'm just listening to my own voice. That sounds okay. We're going with it. We're going with it. All right. Let me convert this. We're going to watch a video or two. Yeah, a plane flew over earlier, and it seems that, yeah, people are talking about they're playing, or they're talking about, CIA found me. They got me. Those glowies got me. Okay. What do we got here? So if any videos, friends, feel free to feel free to send them through and we'll comment on them. Let's put this down. Let's put you there. Stand by, everyone. I don't even know what we're going to be listening to yet. We might as well test this segment. But what were we talking about? We were talking about fundamentally, and those who are members, feel free to go on the Discord if you want to talk about anything in particular. We'll keep trying that until there are actually enough people there that want to actually be part of a group discussion. And it's way windier and noisier because of you guys aren't getting the noise cancelling for me than it is for you. It sounds pretty good to you. It sounds good to you. Not so to me. And so here we are. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Here's some... From memory, that looks pretty good. But you should even be able to see the stuff behind it, right? If we maybe bring it to the side a little. And then we'll get the mirror going again. These innovations. Stream innovations, friends. All right? Yeah. I should have picked a video before. I might look at that chap's channel again. For that. Oh no, the mirror smashed. Oh no. Look at that. It still sort of works though, so we can use it today. Wait till you see it. Wait till you see it. It smashed. It smashed, my friends. How does that look? Let's look. Okay, let's have a look. Bang. My channel. YouTube video. My content. Live. Let me just look. Oh, that looks pretty good. Looks good. They got Scott. Chris Stokes says I should be getting asleep, but since Scott is screaming, I guess it's insomnia again. Sorry, guys. Oh, dear. That's cool, but I'll give you a bit more of a view of the background there. That looks pretty good, though. Happy with that. Can you still see me? You should be able to still see me. There we go. Maybe if I move that a little bit even closer. Maybe. That's pretty good. All right. Should have a bit of a city view there. All right. You can see me. Maybe not very well. Back it off a little bit. Okay. That's pretty cool. Oh, wait, you can't see it that well, though. I'll go back to here. Or we'll do that. Just back it off a little bit. Sorry, this is taking way too long, and I'm sure it's boring. Okay. Come on, show me stream where that is. Put that back there. All right. I should test these things on my own. What are you doing? Wizard says, what are you doing in the desert? Thank you. Oh, wait, no. That was from before. That's from before. Okay. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll see some videos we can react to. Although it's pretty bright there, you might not be able to see it very well. Where are we? Here. Let's go to YouTube. We'll see if there's anything. We've at least tested the angle. Let's have a look at subscriptions. I might move this mic too so you can hear it. Hear the speaker. Juice that up. Although I'm not sure how well that's going to work. I have to juice up the volume a lot. Let's do that. Bang. Okay. I haven't found a video here to react to. That's not good. There was one I watched on this. Okay, why don't we listen to what Father Spiriton has to say? He's always a good one. Persicism.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We who live in the world can and must learn a great deal from monastics who pursue inner silence, inner stillness. And first, we must understand the difference between worldly silence and spiritual silence, the silence of prayer. Worldly silence.
Yes, there are many. There are different layers of peace that the Father Kalia talks about. There's also silence, by silence meaning peace, and silence as just like there are different layers of joy, so too are there different layers of peace, from a worldly one where there's silence, even a silence of thoughts, not just that, a deeper, and I'm sure he'll explain, but from a serenity, even to a breath of serenity, an objective breath of serenity, to a to blissful bliss, and even deeper to a beatific peace, where you're in the presence of God, not just spiritual peace, but actually, or you might disagree with that.
Silence is an absence of noise, an absence of sound, which at times can be just emptiness. The silence we seek is not empty. St. John Climacus describes the silence of prayer as listening. Listening. Not to some visionary voice, but to prayer within ourselves. We must listen in the silence of prayer to the prayer that takes place within ourselves. Those who have spent many years saying the Jesus prayer may detect God praying within them.
And we just talked about that earlier today with the way of the pilgrim. But even another way of thinking about it too, and I'm of course agreeing with what he's saying, is that listening, that watchfulness, can disclose a pregnant silence, a silence that is pregnant. But as through the practices that we talk about, an overshadowing even of the soul can occur, where we're moved from, celestial gravity is another way of putting it than that, of intrinsic value. These are philosophical words that he wouldn't use, and that's why Spiritan and monastics are certainly very grounded in the language that they use. You could even say that what I'm using is something a bit too philosophical, but yeah, certainly. Anyway, let's let him continue.
God praying within them. The Jesus prayer is an important way of guarding the inner quiet, helping to keep watch over the gateways of the senses. Worldly silence, of course, brings to mind inactivity, but spiritual silence requires unceasing prayer. Unceasing prayer is the foundation of spiritual silence, Christian silence. Since we are the temples of the Holy Spirit, we commune with God within ourselves, not somewhere off in the air, within ourselves. And this demands constant effort, struggle, constant work.
Like we talked about earlier today, the unceasing prayer. Of course, the pregnant silence can be experienced. You can pray in silence without even it being wording eventually, in the praying of the heart and tending the heart, tending to the heart as it evolves into that as well. But the praying unceasingly eventually isn't always worded. In fact, in the depth of mystic practice, I've recognized that even the words of the prayer, and this is in the Philokalia, it is talked about that they, even as they go deeper, I can't remember which saint it is in it that describes this, but they talk about moving from not even saying, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner, but just saying Jesus, 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 Jesus. And sometimes that, because what ends up occurring is actually the wording of the prayer can come to silence, and it begins to just, even the thoughts themselves that when you're thinking the prayer, if you're thinking not saying go or come towards silence. Thought becomes silence. So even the saying of it in your mind goes to silence in the depth of practice. So, I mean, he might have a different experience of this, but so we don't necessarily have to be talking about the same thing. But anyway, let's keep this.
Now, our minds will scream for attention constantly. And of course, no wonder so many people complain of insomnia or unwanted thoughts. This demand of the mind for attention. Even in a dark, quiet room, there are people who can find no true silence. But with the Jesus prayer, of course, we can walk down a busy street and still have that inner silence. Now, of course, for those of us who are weak, it helps.
Even with that, the depth of silence is actually granted in the depth of a morning prayer that we talk about with concentration without effort in prayer. He brings silence, because temptation of thought, distraction of thought is also part of it. He brings silence in that process, and peace, which is deeper than this regular worldly peace. In a sense, he is he as a very realized, tangible, mystic fact, is ascending of a serenity of peace that brings things to black and silence. Blacker, well, in this process, as some of you that are in the fellowship also know, blacker than the having of your eyes closed, darker than that, because we are dissolving the ideas and the provokings of the unconscious and the world in this process. He is, though, really. He's washing our feet. And so this black is freeing you from the valuative power of the unconscious, from your previous worshipping of the things of the world. He brings all that to silence. He's the king. And so in prayer, it's not just us doing the prayer that does the silence, it's him that does it. Anyway. Oh, hang on.
Can shut out the distractions and the noise, both of our ears and our eyes. Monks have always withdrawn to find a wilderness, a desert place.
Yes.
And It's a requirement for every one of us to build into our lives a time and a place each day where we can retreat and listen to God.
Yes.
Listen to God, not to the voices and the demands of our thoughts and our mind. Modern life is unnaturally hectic. It's unnatural. And as we're bombarded with voices and information.
And even the natural doesn't necessarily mean good. The natural of the natural world, created world, is also provoked, right? It is also the things of the world are also, but basically nature doesn't necessarily mean good. There is a free nature, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean good either. So demons are created, right? They're natural. Anyway.
Many people have grown addicted to this noise, to this distraction. It becomes an addiction. And it becomes an addiction because they need to be distracted. They can't face what it is they see within themselves when they're truly forced to be silent. When we find true silence and we're confronted with the reality of ourselves, it can be terrifying, horrific. And many people run away and allow themselves to be distracted and become addicted to this distraction rather than face this truth of themselves.
We have to fundamentally acknowledge that there is a monstrous part to our nature. There is you have to be willing to recognize even the things that were joys aren't necessarily. And I saw this recently in a video with someone who was talking about the charismatic movement. People don't like having what they think also really. They might have previously thought something was divine and it really wasn't. It was Luciferic. They really hate having that certainty. People hate having what they previously thought was true to be shuddered, to be... you lash out at that. Unless you're constantly saying to yourself, I'm willing to have possible Tower of Babels that are within me crumble. I'm willing to face the anxiety of that, have courage to have what you, again, if you thought, say it was a Luciferic joy and you thought it was God, you have to be willing to face the unsettlingness of previous ways or things that you did, that you were comforts. You have to acknowledge that there's sins. And so many, especially boomers, man, so many. But they wouldn't rather... That's what modern therapy is all about. It's about getting the world, making you comfortable with the things that happened by deluding you, essentially. It's like a demonology to make you feel okay about the things that happened, rather than acknowledging that you are a sinner. It's rather to say, oh, the world's wrong, not you. That's like a positive therapy. That's terrible. Terrible light on our culture.
Part of every Christian's life, not just the monks, must be the pursuit of inner silence. It's a requirement of us. If we wish to live the Christian life to its fullest, we must pursue this inner silence. And as we often say, silence and attention are inseparable. Silence and attention. Silence isn't just an escape from other people. In truth, it's only found through freedom from ourselves, the mind, the thoughts. Because we're enslaved by the ego. It constantly tries to prevent us from doing...
Chris Stokes says, Scott went from ethno-cultural lecturer to Christian mystic and now to YouTube React channel. Total downgrade. Fair enough. Fair enough. Chris Doak says it's not boring. Good.
What we should do, what we must do.
I think it's good.
The ego, the
Can
mind.
I make a comment on that? Hey, you. F you. No. But, I mean, what I'm trying to do here with this, it is something to react off. It's also to have a conversation topic, hopefully, when there's more people in the fellowship watching. Because, over 200 people watch these, of course, in their own time, if you can even hear me during all that. But the reaction, of course, it's a segment of the show. I'm not justifying it here. I'm just saying that it's good to generate conversation. And these people probably wouldn't dialogue with me. I can't have them on for a dialogue. And also, when more people are watching, when more people are doing this, the idea is that you guys are going to be on camera too, on the screen, to have a chat about things we're reacting to later. And a dialogue. It's dialogical, not reacting. It's dialogical. That's the hope. And it's a stimulus. It's a good stimulus Good stimulus. I can't talk for the whole 5 hours. Well, I can actually, and I have, but I want to give you guys a bit of differentiation of content here. So, anyway.
It distracts and pulls us away from what must be done in our lives. We are enslaved by our needs, our opinions. All these...
The idea superstructure that I talk about. Yes, we are.
Barriers to love, both love that we must show others and our experience of divine love, thoughts, opinions. They form a great barrier. And this is part of the mystery of the cross. The mystery of the cross. We only know divine love when we truly crucify the ego, the old man. We become free to love God and each other when the ego is crucified.
100%. And this withdrawal has to happen for that to be possible, this acceptance of what is monstrous and the bad things that we've done in our sin. Most people don't. I remember even starting with the Jesus prayer, not wanting to even say the sinner part of it, right? But what's so good about that prayer is the fact that we're constantly recognizing the truth of the matter, that we are sinners, fundamentally, that we are that. Yeah. Sorry, earphones keep jumping.
In all of our lives, when God may seem silent to us, and in those moments there are people who have a tendency to panic. They become distressed. Where is God? Has he abandoned me? Sometimes, yes, we abandon God. We abandon God through our sin, our choice of sin, and consequently we feel alone. And we can see this and recognize this when we know we've fallen. But there are also times when God withdraws from us simply out of love, not out of chastisement, not because we've sinned particularly worse in that moment, but out of love. Because when we feel this absence of God's presence, which we may have grown accustomed to, then a longing for him can grow within us, and we can learn to crave God again. And this is God's love drawing us to himself. This absence can remind us of how precious, how sweet God's presence truly is with us.
Yeah. As we often talk about, there's a fundamental, it's a fundamental aid to go through that spiritual contraction, to recognize that also that the forces, even your forces that are provided to you of the will, are they're actual gifts. Even the forces of the first wine are gifts. And it's only through the contraction and withdrawal of those things, and even him, that we recognize, oh, it's not mine. I don't bring it about as well. You know, I didn't bring this about. It's a freely given gift of he who is. And as we also talk about, it's necessary to contract on the horizontal as well, to contract on the will. And you notice that in this process, the contraction of the will. Anyway, go on.
And of course, there are times when we make ourselves so busy that we don't even try to listen to God or listen for God. And sometimes we're looking for him to speak to us in ways that are familiar. We may have had an encounter with God or an experience of the presence of God, and we assume that all encounters and experiences of God will fit that particular pattern. We assume, we try to put God into this box and say, this is how he will come to me. This is how I will find God. This is how I will experience him. But what we're doing is...
Yeah, that's very true. It's that you also don't want to... It's very easy, and I recognize in this process, to project a concept of what, from all the reading you do, of what the descriptions are, of what the phenomenology of things is going to be. Firstly, that if things are over-explained, it can ruin the mystery and the subtlety of it. Also, all the visual effects and big movies we see, the blowing away. The Lord's very subtle, and it's through these deep contemplations and deep meditations that we actually develop a sensitivity in the silence to notice once he's dissolved the things of the world and the distractions, and we've actually gone through the domain of the false Holy Spirit and denied it, that the communication and the presence of God is felt, can be, not always, depending on your moral development, felt as very subtle, something we might have overlooked, that we now notice. And yeah.
Taking to God through our expectations. We're trying to limit God through what we think he will do, how he will speak to us. And this is why stillness is needed. The still quiet voice of God can't be heard when we're filled with our thoughts and our expectations and the limitations that we try to put on God. And of course, pride will deafen us. Pride will deafen us to God. If we presume to be worthy of anything from God.
What you're doing in the morning, fundamentally, what's so important about doing this daily morning practice is you really need constant purification by him, and to be going to the depths of things. Constant purification. Because even the things that happen to you while you're asleep, you could say that he draws closer to his people in sleep than in deep sleep. And in fact, through the depth practices, you are both waking up and going to more asleep at the same time. Because you have to go through the unconscious, right? And so while you're asleep, you can't be watchful, can you? You're asleep. And so during that sleep, before you're purified, really, you are attacked. Think about the dreams. Spiritual attacks happen. You might wake up and notice something, some fantasy or whatever that you're experiencing. And so every morning you need that cleaning of that concentration without effort in prayer to actually be receptive to the presence of God and the phenomenology of what that is and is experienced and felt as we talk about in the phenomenology of it. But that's why it's so important, even if you're going on a pilgrimage like our friend Bram is at the moment. to do that morning practice prepares you and purifies you for the rest of the day to be able to experience the presence of God in things. Because if you don't do it, then the things of your unconscious probably have done things while you're asleep. That's true. Really, in my experience, that's true. Think about it like temptations of the reproductive organs in dreams are very important. And so if you want to be able to see to the have things of more essential nature, then it's important to do that morning practice.
God, then we will never know him. We will never know him. It is the humble man who doesn't even consider himself worthy of even a word from God who will draw closest to God. From the moment of our conception in our mother's womb.
But it's also important. It's also important to have the being of a child. We have to be childlike in our seeking of the Father at the same time. Childlike. A child is presumptuous too, in believing that questions can be answered. But fundamentally, a child recognizes deeply that you know nothing, but the Lord can grant everything. You know nothing, though. That's the child. Whoops.
God is caring for us. There is no moment in our life, at any point in our life, when God's care for us comes to an end. And so, inner silence isn't daydreaming. It isn't allowing our imagination and our thoughts just to tumble around. It's becoming alert to the presence of God. It's the abandonment of our sinful self, our turning away from our sinful self, regardless of everything that's going on within us. It's silence beyond the mind. It's silence that enters into the soul, a stillness that enters into the soul, regardless of our thoughts, regardless of our feelings. It is trust, and it is gratitude. When we enter the stillness of encounter with God, it is filled with trust and gratitude.
And this says, intelligent silence is the mother of prayer, a recall from captivity, preservation of fire, an overseer of thoughts, a watch against enemies, a prison of mourning, a friend of tears, effective remembrance of death, a depictor of punishment, a delver into judgment, a minister of sorrow, an enemy of freedom of speech, secret ascent. Very deep. Very deep. All right, friends. As this sun delves deeper, let's go for a final walk and then we'll end the stream. Hopefully this doesn't run out of battery. Just put that there as well. See what that does. I want to test it anyway. Wasn't really successful in protecting that, was it? Anyway, we'll buy another one. Fear not. All right, let's get all this back in and go. Get this back off. Give me a moment, everyone, and we'll get back to our talk. There we are. All right. Let's go. Okay. All right, boom. You like that? I like that. All right, all right, all right. Well, yeah, I mean, that was okay. Probably not a great thing to react to a priest. No, I'm sure he probably wouldn't approve. Spirited doesn't really like his content to be cut up either, so nevertheless though, there's some good comments there. Always a good channel to get a sense of contemplative silence from Spirited, especially in the locations he goes to. It is a very contemplative winds. I often notice that in his videos that the wind picks up at particular opportune moments to speak and accentuate a point of his, or the birds that are sounding in his vicinity at opportune moments. Of course, these synchronicities are governed by He who is. And the more you progress on the path, on the synthesis of the night and day path at the same time, the more, gosh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Far out. That golden reflection off the road, almost heavenly as we walk on. But how beautiful is it? I love this time of day. That's why I love the finishes of these streams. What were we saying? That royal path, what are we talking about? The synthesis of the day and night path. What we were talking about is synchronicities. Is that as you go on the establishing a prayer unceasingly, as he's talking about in the unconscious, as we've talked about earlier today, through the process of walking like we're walking now, reciting the Jesus prayer in the mind, watchfulness or attention on the breath, automatic breath, and that letting that govern the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind as you walk. The more we do this, the more we go to the depths and in the depth practices, the more we'll see, as St. Bonaventura, not only is it closer to the Lord's truth, not only is it that, but it's also the Lord's light. It's also, I wonder if this is more I don't know, I do like to try these other segments, but I wonder if it's better just to walk and talk. I don't know what people find more interesting. Of course, this is what, anyway, back to the subject at hand. But the synchronicities occur more in this process, the closer we get to Him. And we see Him reflected through the happenings of the world, because it coincides with what's revealed by the depth faculties, what's revealed by the different spiritual senses that we talk about. Coincide with the happenings of a breeze, the happenings of the wind that we would normally only recognize as a synchronicity at a special time, a bird, in a dark time when you've just been saved from something, a bird flies right over you and onto a perch, and you don't know, is that him? I don't know. But of course, as we go to the depths, it coincides with these things that are revealed and felt within. Through the epistemic principle, through the combination of these different things with the facts, the happenings of the world and the birds and the weather, we also see in a world that is controlled by him. And so even people like Carl Jung recognize this without having those faculties, that these synchronicities occur when you are examining, trying to get to the essence of things. He reveals himself and would in the therapeutic process for him and his people he was trying to treat. But far greater than that is when we're actually engaged in the true Christian process. I can tell you, not always, because you don't know whether a synchronicity is him. You can get, sometimes you get a real sense of it. Not every coincidence is him. But through the collaboration of these certainties that are more certain than rationality ever can be, they have more authority than any authority of the worldly. They're based on, through the depths, what true theology is based on, which is the true mystic roots of theology, which actually grant it its authority in the first place. Those things collaborate with the chime of a bird at the right time that you know. Of course, it's only evidential to you, and these things are all personal certainties anyway. It's only of these things are about the certainty of your inner certainty, and that's all we ever have, really. We of course should listen to external authority, but this whole process is about having a higher certainty than logic can give you, a higher certainty than justification through logic, which is really in the end what we actually rely on. We use a heuristic, an appeal to authority, which is good and gets you a long way. But we need greater certainty than that, and there are greater certainties. All questions can be satisfied in a more satisfying way than the regime would tell you, and is felt as intrinsic truth and intrinsic certainty. At the same time, we have an epistemic principle we always go back to because of the tradition, of course. We are careful, of course. And a lot of the time I can tell you there's things I've thought, oh, was that him? And I confirmed, no, it wasn't. Through the epistemic principle. Of course, part of that is the rules of categorical exigencies of categorical exigencies of thought, which are, is it without contradiction with revelation and tradition? Of course. Spiritual fathers of the past and present. These are, of course, I've got a lecture on the epistemic principle that you can look to. But you can have this, my friends. It can be granted to you. You just have to surrender the things of the world. You have to convert, have this fundamental change of heart, which is essential, which is a transformation of your being. It's not a... Thankfully, you're not alone. Thankfully, man, boy, thankfully, the miracle maker, he does the impossible. You just get up to what's possible, and he works the impossible. But you have to have this aspiration in your head, I'll continue, Lord, to strive to do better than my best. Because our best is whatever we believe we can be from where we constantly are. How many limiting beliefs of what we think is our best do we have? Strive to do better than your best. Don't overexert yourself either, though, but strive to do better than your best. Just have it in the back of your mind. That's all really the Lord asks of you. That's all he wants of you. Because what is that fundamentally? That's everything. That's walking towards him. Because what he wants of you is becoming. What he wants of you is to collaborate with him, of course, through grace, and to lower yourself, but to fundamentally continue the development, to not give up, but also to rely and lean on him, to let go of. Again, remember I said earlier when we were walking down the same road, on the way in and now on the way back. Perhaps it will have a retrochronic meaning. Bit of a complex word there. And what did we say on the road up? We said something that doesn't come to my mind straight away. Again, I lost my train of thought. But I can't remember. But that's okay. Who cares? Look at that golden sunshine. Gorgeous. So there is no comparison. There is no competition. As if there is discernment, as we mentioned when we were close to this spot before, we must become not the existentialist who believes, even in the roots of his being, if he doesn't realize it, who believes and worships. I worshipped the world. You worship the world and don't recognize it. You're tempted by the world and demons and you don't even recognize that it's happening. Just my thoughts, it's just my thinking. I'll go to therapy. No. We must become not the existentialist who's thrown into the world. Must go deeper than that. That's really moving from Aristotle to right through Plato to Christ, really. It's going through that to become an essentialist that contemplates and spends the time to get and look to the essence of things. And so, what does that involve? Well, the existentialist rather, he believes, and this is connected with a lot of the stuff we've been talking about today. He believes, or he is, really the pinnacle of his self is the pinnacle of the collection of all the experiences of his life in the world. And he's really the collection, the top point of that. He believes that he emerges, right? It's almost HVHY, not YHVH. It's I came from matter. I come from the sensory and everything my soul is absorbed of the things of the world. That's the mode. He goes around the world looking for experiences. I want to have an experience. I want to travel. I want to go and have a gap year and an experience. I want to fall in love. I want to do all these things of the world. There is a deeper and even more rich, yeah, I have, my friend, an even more rich world of essence, the spiritual world that awaits. But he thinks that these experiences are what makes him up. And he has a whole depth world that he could uncover. And so hopefully with the maturity of soul, especially these days, one recognizes that, oh wait, most of the time these experiences are surface distractions. And in fact, if we take on the attunement and way of the essentialist, we begin even to recognize that the experiences we could have of the world revealed in his and had with the places we go of depth is possible. But really, it's more about that spiritual world is even better than that. It's just that if you do go on, but ultimately, hopefully you hope. It's actually good if things go bad. If things go good for you in that world of existence, wow. I look at some streamers and I think, whoo, you may never come to the surface because you're too rich in spirit. You're too rich in wealth and distraction and food. I heard one streamer, what was his name? Not to be critical, but Sea-Dog VA, I think his name is, an entertaining young man. But when he's talking about the things he values in life, it's friends, food. And what is that? Of course, there's a whole depth world that people are missing out, and the money and the women and the this and the that are completely, will make one oblivious, and you'll be lukewarm. And most of the people in the West are this lukewarm that the Lord talks about in the apocalypse, this lukewarm. We've got to get out of this lukewarmness, man. That's what pilgrimage helps with. That's what Exodus helps with. That's what withdrawing from the things that are lukewarm. Your phone is lukewarm. It's a distraction to stop you thinking about what is dark and what you need to deal with in your sin. You want it to take you away so you don't have to deal with it. God, I remember being in the depths of some bad stuff, depths of bad, thinking, and just wanting that relief of watching some show. I have my show, I watch my show. Just so it would distract me once a week from the resentments, from the things that are not get riddable, not get riddable, what great English, are not, there's no saving, no therapy, no demonology that can get you out of those things that come up, those embarrassments, those resentments, those shames and those fears. Only He can do that. The sin and the forgiveness, it's done on His side, right? It's like we do it, but He forgives us through that. It can't be done by any therapy, any demonology, any trick, any Kabbalah. It's not gonna. Artist precinct. I think that's just the barracks, there's nothing up there. Isn't gonna save you. Only He can actually delve into the depths of your unconscious, which reaches out beyond you, my friends. It's a whirlpool in the wider collective unconscious, the wider vital, unconscious vital body that extends into the world. You can't get to that. You can only get to through psychology, you can get to the psychological body, but only so far into it. And Jung experiences a certain amount of depth to this in his investigations into the depths. But there's only so much of the trickery of therapy, the therapeutic process can do, the cognitive behavioral therapy, the jigging and rigging, without actually dealing with the monster, the sinful, and the acknowledgement. And the demons in us lash out and don't want to acknowledge it. I don't want to call myself a sinner. In the Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. Oh, what if I just don't have the sinner part of the prayer? No, thank God. Thank God for that prayer. It's God sent. Because it's a constant reminder and humility of what you are. And a great help. All these things are to help us, man. Are to help us get out of the primordial sin that occurred. To help us get out of, to save us. It's all to save us. The glorifying Him is all the prostrations, it's all saves us from the deep down inbred, and it is really deep in your being. Again, no therapy can get to it. It's deep in there, man. The Willzermacht, the will to power is far. That's why pride is the last sin that is dealt with in the process. And we have to move through to the sacrifice of our life really, of intellect. And there's a mystery to that too, the mystery of death. It is a long process to break. I saw some memes recently of the thoughts that come to us in the shower. Man, start the Jesus prayer off straight away when you wake up in the morning. These critical thoughts. The critical spirit is the Wilzemacht. Yes, we do sometimes have to logic things, but I find that critical spirit, you just have to reject it. I don't think it's helping anything. I don't think the debate sphere is helping anything. Not personally for the Christian anyway. The debate mode is will to power. We get stuck in that mode of critique. I get that it has to happen. There's a way of doing it. Well, gosh, we have to go through this process really first to purify ourselves. All I know is that if I involve myself with it, I have to wait until I'm purified again. I feel the critical mode, and I'm warned. I'm warned of that critical mode by, how else to say it, the Holy Spirit, the groaning, the unheard groaning as spiritual touch. That's a warning, man. The Holy Spirit helps you in this, that you might go towards unrecognized sin. You'll get warned by that. I've talked about that before in the phenomenology we experience. That warning is, and how grateful, how wonderful to have it there, because it's part of the presence of God. But as a warning, just to warn you, because you can walk into sin without realizing it, thinking, oh, I'll say this comment on Twitter, yeah. But what's motivating it? Wow, it's so easy for it to be motivated by, oh, that person got something and I didn't. That sort of covetousness, that sort of easy. Will to power creeps up. But I've noticed, and over time, little by little, wow, a slow dissolving of that reaction and that, And then they talk about in unseen warfare, one strategy and practice you can do is immediately when it comes up, that will to power thought, where you want to battle someone, or whatever it is that you do the opposite. You bless them instead and ask the Lord to bless them. That's a way. You can either reject it with a no, in terms of just a neutral thought no, but also unseen warfare recommends you can try the opposite. And I find that is very helpful with, there's a bit of a lookout here, I don't know if we can see too much, but we can see a bit of the city there. I find that unseen warfare is, there's a rabbit down there. Anyway, let's keep walking. Unseen warfare talks about that. I find that helps a lot with when you've allowed it a bit into your heart, when maybe you started drafting a tweet or something, or you started thinking about it, thinking what you might say. I find it helps there to actually then quickly do the opposite before you let it get to, before you've accepted it, before you've allowed it to land, as I think the saints talk about. Yeah, pride sneaks up on you. It's definitely not a good thing. We're a proud nation, a proud nation. Anyway, we won't talk about that subject. And so we're gonna probably bring this to a close soon, friends. We've almost been going 5 hours now, as the sun begins to set. As we move to go inside, and hopefully, maybe to prayer in the sunset. As we said, it's a great time, a perfect time for it. Maybe I'll show you a bit of the front. We'll walk forward. A wonderful golden hour. I actually prefer the time before what they call magic hour, where it's, although there is a kind of scarlet and gold and orange in the clouds that speak to the Lord's death, resurrection. Again, all these things so far deeper than they ever are as far deeper than they ever are, as just a basic phenomena that you get used to, but a really great time to do the practice of prayer. But you have to get through this boredom, this wanting to be around people, this, you know, say you have a wanting to not be alone on New Year's or whatever it might be. Often friends might want you to come out, or whatever it might be. It's actually better, more meaningful and rich, really, to, well, not necessarily on New Year's, but, well, maybe not on New Year's, actually. It certainly is for me. Well, as you start to move to the depths, it is more richer an experience with the Lord, to go on a vacation with Him. How wonderful. Of the possibilities, and that is the incredible tragedy of modernity. The horror of it, the true horror, is that people just don't know what's possible. People just don't know. And that it's not that hard. It's both hard and not hard. But how do you practice poverty, obedience, chastity? Concentration without effort is how. As we've tried to express many times. As we've tried to express. It actually is a practice of all three oaths, obedience, poverty, and chastity. There are other ways that practice them, of course, and but that is key. That withdrawal every morning is key. But what an utter tragedy is that one of the first things I recognized in going to a deeper, in the mystic practices, after a long period, when you get to experience Him, I began to recognize and see just what people are deceived by in merely seeking joy and to feel better in religion, and in which you can experience in the utter tragedy, which Seraphim Rose would have seen too, in the burning out of that generation of the summer of love, is that seeking joy in low enjoyment, which is actually a spectrum. It starts off in just pleasure, and then reaches joy, and then reaches bliss, and then beatitude, far higher than any low joy that the whole hippie movement is involved in. Far greater than that. Wow, look at all this, beautiful birds and our Lord. We were at Him earlier today, and the rabbits. We love you, beloved Lord. Bless us. So let's see if we can go down here a little bit before they kick us out. But it was a church, so it's nice to see it also in pooled light, isn't it? What we were even talking about there. This camera seems to have a life of its own. We'll just walk past and get a view of the front as we then leave. Wow, there's even an ocean view out there you can see. Once a seminary. I was near the coast of, maybe it won't stop us, I don't know. And how much different is that than we were here earlier today? Far different. Far different in this golden light. Magical, really. Really it's a shame. Maybe one day there will be the wealth, although probably the selling of it by the church led to a lot of good revealings of the Lord in Australia. But perhaps one day St. Patrick's Seminary can be bought again and help birth a rejuvenated spirit into the West again. Rejuvenated life that we so need from outside, not a low vitalism from bios, but a zoe, but a true life of natura naturans, of free nature that is possible if you purify yourself first from the worldly. So you can see a bit where this is situated, you know. If I lift this up over the hedge, the beach, you might be able to see the beach out there. But how beautiful is that? Glad they haven't kicked me out yet. Though I do see some other people walking around here. Oh, look at that, eh? That's even pretty down there. Some of the best spaces were Catholic in terms of they built on the high point of the mountains, high. And there's a history to this. It's not just the structure. As we talked about earlier today, there's a history to what has been in the dwelling of the place. So in a way, selling a place like this, you do murder a little. When you steal from someone, you murder a part of their being. The commandments of do not steal and do not adulter, the reason for that is it's about the soul. When you steal from someone, you murder that part of their being. When you adulter, you murder that extended being that we are. And so one day, perhaps this can be repurchased and brought back into the fold of memory. Wow. Because that's what we're dealing with. They're some of my favourite birds, those. They're a great blessing as much as they shriek. In Australia, they have I've talked about this before, they have a golden halo that opens, and they're white, much more striking and noisy, and also shriek at opportune moments. That's one benefit of sometimes the Lord uses birds, is that they can get anywhere. They can be hints, and he hints to people, even atheists, he hints in ways they might not recognize. Because they can get anywhere, especially that bird, because it shrieks so loudly, even with your noise-cancelling earphones or whatever. There can be some, obviously, the rich experience comes from within, as we've been talking about all day, but it is something that can be used externally for those who haven't began to look at all towards the depths. Beautiful, no? And there's the chapel. Sometimes these things matter. Let's just touch the door. I don't know. Perhaps I'll pray pray to the past and present, and their repose of, for the repose of those that have prayed here in this seminary, past and present, and for their descendants and their... We hear an echo here too. Oh wow, and because it was a seminary, all this is in Latin. Look. At in omnibus glor, I don't know how to speak, Deus, in memoriam, yeah, I can't speak Latin, but it probably repeats, oh no, maybe it doesn't, a national monument. Oh wait, a national monument, they say of this. A national monument erected by Pablia subscription from all parts of Australia in honour of Christ the King, under the invigoration or of St. Patrick as a tribute to the pioneer builders of the church in Australia, and in commemoration of the 19th Australia Congress Association associated with the memory of Cardinal, I can't read that, John, President, organisers of the National Appeal, a national monument. I mean, a national monument really, honestly, shouldn't be a school of management. This needs to be repurchased, even by the government, although because it's Christian, because we've desecrated, and of course Christ should be king in the state. We should be a Christian theocracy. But yeah, this should be purchased. It shouldn't be a school of management. It even says there, national, even though it's by Catholics, but it's the national monument, they call it. But it will stay. I mean, it'll never be torn down, of course. There'd be outcry. But it shouldn't be a school of management. Gosh. Anyway, we can only hope that... Anyway, one day, let it inspire us. Let it speak to what can be. We can build like this again. There's some monks that I see even using some modern things to create neo-Gothic structures out in America. These monks using water cutters to create gargoyles and such out of sandstone. How wonderful. We can still build this way. We can still imbue our buildings with what is eternal. We can bring gardens forth, but we should reclaim that which has been, and may it bring a birth of new love and new life. Buildings, and these things are far more than we realise. Again, what's more important is essence, of course, but still there is a historical remembrance. The prayers that were said by the seminarians are in there, are with it, are brought to present. Yeah. And now look, it's even a small amphitheatre here of this garden. That'd be a good place to finish up, I think. Again, I'll comment on as I have already, the pooled light is always lovely. That light of evening. Looks like it's something the community also can walk through, and they let people experience and walk through. What are these sculptures here? Oh wow. There's a Theotokos. They really picked great places to put the statues. Just think of the Think of the seminarians who prayed here with those two statues. We were just up at the Jesus one. What a perfect place to have a statue of Mary. Wow. Even though, of course, that style of statue, we're better off with the more symbolic iconography in Orthodoxy, but still. And even a perfect place to put it with more natural formation of she is also, of course, virginal nature, Mary Sophia. Wow. All right, friends. On that note, let's bring it to a close. As the twilight comes, and don't we need that twilight? We need that twilight as we... Chris Doak says sunsets are always lovely, yes, but they also speak to a deeper and can help us with a deeper disclosure of Him and the Trinity. But yeah, this twilight, the twilight can help us. We need a twilight. We need to move towards a silence of the first wine, and in that twilight, going to silence to experience the second one. But I'll bid you farewell, friends. It's been a great day, and I hope everyone enjoys the stream, those who are watching in recording, who aren't experiencing it live. I'll see you next week. Our new lecture is on Kingdom of Nature, Kingdom of God, and the Kingdom of Man. Wow, look at this. That must have been there. They probably had an icon there in the wall, cut into the wall. I wonder what used to be there. Probably some form of cross, something. Maybe another Mary statue. But it's good that they left. It's good that they left some stuff here, though. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time. God bless you. And goodbye.